Okay. This is the beginning of the Chico Unified Board of Education meeting for January 19th. We will begin with closed session, and if there's public comment on closed session, and we have received none at this point. After closed session, we will start the open board meeting at 6 o'clock. And if the closed session is not completed before that time, it will resume immediately following the regular meeting. If it does resume at the end of the meeting, any actions taken will be posted on the website and will be available in the board meeting minutes. So with that, I'm going to close the mic and adjourn to closed session. I am calling the school board meeting for January the 19th into session. We did have closed session earlier, and action was taken. That action was to approve 5-0 the case number 19CV02508 in Butte County that involved Chico Country Day and a construction company. So that was the only action taken. So with that, I'd like to have everyone stand for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So we're going to have student reports. Are the students here?
So, Madam President, with your permission, I would like to switch those two items. And if we can start with the superintendent's report and recognition. Our students are on their way here in the van, but they're not quite here yet. So we can just flip those two around.
So everyone's okay with that? Okay. So we will then move to the superintendent's report and recognition. And I hope some of those beautiful flowers are for me.
I'm sure people will share. So as the board is well aware, we like to recognize both certificated and classified staff that have done an outstanding job at each of our regular board meetings. And I would like at this time to ask Marigold, where we are sitting, Principal Shawnice Heath, to step to the podium.
Hello, board. We're excited to recognize one of our most amazing teachers. This is Assistant Principal Margie Starkey, and we are here to recognize Trish Morgan, who we tricked into getting here. But when she saw her former students and current students, we thought that might be a tip-off. You can come on up if you don't mind. If you want to stand here, I can kind of talk to you.
So sweet and tricky.
I let Margie do the lying this afternoon. Trish loves her job. She loves the kids, she loves the families, and she's passionate about helping each child achieve great things. She's a solid mentor, which was how we tricked her into getting here, to her peers, and she loves to share her many years of knowledge and advice to help others learn and grow. She feels deeply, and it drives her to work hard to provide differentiated growth experiences for each student. She really looks at what each child needs and finds ways to meet their individual needs. She is so patient and has compassionate and unique ways of working with students that struggle to attend or follow classroom expectations. She is clear and loving in her guidance for each student. Her communication with families is extensive and reliable. The families know she is there for them and their child.
Now that you're crying. Carl Jung, famous psychiatrist, once said, "One looks back with appreciation to the brilliant teachers, but with gratitude to those who touched our human feelings." A few examples of how Trish Morgan is a teacher who has touched our human feelings. She differentiates her students' spelling tests, each of them. Each student has his or her own list that they work on based on the assessments Mrs. Morgan has given to her class and which spelling stage they are in. This is an amazing way she meets her students' needs. Mrs. Morgan makes home visits. Of all the COVID home quarantines, Mrs. Morgan regularly drops off work on her students' doorsteps so her students don't return to school having fallen behind. Lastly, Mrs. Morgan was under a tight deadline to complete her district assessments, and she was not able to get some of them done based on their home quarantines. So she made home visits with precautions in place, brought her own lawn chair to test her students in their front yards. Amazing. Mrs. Morgan goes above and beyond in all areas around the school, including serving on multiple committees, mentoring new teachers, and acting as an ambassador to our school's campus. Whatever we ask of her, she does it with gladness in her heart and a joyful smile. Clearly, with the families here tonight supporting her, she has touched their human feelings as well. Mrs. Morgan is most deserving of this award, and it is our honor to bestow it upon her. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so shocked.
And we also, Mr. Morgan, would you like to come up and be part of the picture?
Okay, could have taken that at the beginning.
She has to also keep him in line. That's a task.
That's tough. Congratulations.
For the newsletter. It'd be nice to get a picture with all the students.
Come on up.
Yay.
Come on. You guys are awesome. Thank you for being here.
Stand with me.
This is great. Look at all these goodies.
You guys are so
I see
sweet.
cake.
Former and current students.
Oh. Wait, let me put this down. I would like to put my
Want me to hold this? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, Trish, I have one regret. Where were you when I was taking spelling?
So to move on to our classified recognition, I'd like to invite John Carver, our Maintenance and Operations Director, to the podium.
Good evening, Board. I stand before you on a false pretense that I needed to address the Board for an assembly bill. And as you know, this is not true. If I come up missing tomorrow, you will now know who to look at. The next person that will receive the Superintendent's Award has no clue that I'm doing this, but I must say that she is very deserving of this and many more accolades for all that she does for not only maintenance and operations, but the entire district. And here are just a few of her duties that she performs. Reviews custodial unit loads for each site along with custodial site mapping. State of California Department of Pesticide Regulations reporting. Butte County Ag Department reporting. Manages the SERS program, which stands for the California Environmental Reporting System for Hazardous Materials and related data as mandated by the California Health and Safety Code. Manages reports for the Butte County Air Quality Management District. Hazardous waste generator reporting for the Manifest and Environmental Protection Agency verification. Monitors our fire inspections and NESEG inspections. Creates, manages, and distributes site inspection binders for the custodial monthly site inspections. Monitors our asbestos surveillance survey 6-month reporting and our triannual reporting. Monitors our yearly backflow inspections for Cal Water. Helps with budget development. Maintains summer project spreadsheets and the cost of each of those projects. She does our M&O payroll. Schedules EMS and personnel for facilities use during the weekend on weekends. Manages our emergency response trailer and keeps an updated inventory of needed supplies. She's also our incident reporter and recorder during an emergency, as in the wall fire, Oroville Dam failure, and the camp fire. So basically, I receive a call from the Office of Emergency Services for our help, and my first call is to Darcy to start an incident log. She answers many, many phone calls to M&O from all the sites, maintains monthly COVID quality control logs, and just recently, as in last week, Darcy took it upon herself to become certified as a COVID tester with the Butte County Department of Health. These are just a sample of what she does for M&O and the district, and I could spend a good hour talking about how much more she does for everyone, like always remembering our birthdays and bringing us goodies to eat on that day. But I'll stop here and leave you with this. You ready? Did you hear that? She said, I'm dead. Darcy, valuable is the work you do. Outstanding is how you always come through. Loyal, sincere, and full of good cheer. Untiring in your efforts throughout the year. Notable are the contributions you make. Trustworthy in every project you take. Eager to reach your every goal. Effective in the way you fulfill your role. Ready with a smile like a shining star. Special and wonderful, that's all you are. And I cannot do what I do without you.
Here you go, Miss Darcy. Thank you. Your certificate.
How many years?
Coming up on 20. Well, 20 out in the courtyard and 11 years at J. Partridge. Awesome.
I'm smiling. I'm calling in sick tomorrow.
So congratulations to both of our Superintendent Award winners. And our students have arrived, and they are our guest of honor this evening. So I'd like to introduce Diane Olson to introduce our student program.
Good evening, Board. I'm very excited to present to you one of the outcomes of our adult students. Most of these students have been through all of our programs in Chico Unified, and they learn to work within the community, and one of their roles is a recycling program that they do. And so the teacher for this program is Ruth Kesthart, and then her assistant, who likes to fly under the radar, so he might hide behind the TV there, is Dana Matlin over there, and I'm going to let Ruth introduce the students.
Thanks, Diane. Yeah, I just want to give a big thank you and a shout out to all my fabulous female leaders who helped support us continuing this program with all of the struggles we had over the last couple years and moving campuses. So they've been a big help with helping us keeping this going. I asked the students the other day, I was like, we think we're going to go to the meeting and talk about the recycling program. Does anyone want to go? And all three of their hands, boom, we're ready. And this is very typical of these three. We have Addison Gerrylin, who is 21 and will be exiting next fall. Miracle Traylor, who will be 21 in March. And she attended Butte College last year independently. And we have Allison FCF, who is exiting the program this June. And we're excited to talk about her future. Yeah. They've been practicing all day, and you all have some questions. So they are ready to answer, I think.
We're very happy that you guys are here. And so what would you like to tell us about your recycling program?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you well. Thank you.
We collect from business and homes all over town. We greet in things for our customers in soap by bottles, glass cans at PV, and we take it to Oroville to cash in.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we started with.
All right. All right. Very good. Yeah.
Yes, if you don't mind. Sorry, what kind of things do you spend the money on?
We spend it on like field trips, like art supplies, like you can name pretty much anything, like cooking, coffee cars, like pretty much like fun stuff. We
Nice.
use it for like math skills and stuff.
I have a question. You mentioned field trips.
Yeah.
What kind of field trips do you go on?
We go to
animal sanctuaries, ice skating, and a lot of other stuff.
Great, thank you.
Who's the better ice skater?
There's a couple other things we spend the money on.
Yeah. And we also spend money on for like other food trips, like go out, like lunches and like to the bowling alley.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. We also spend our money on the mall and the movies, and then we also go to the museum.
I've got a couple of questions. One is, what kind of businesses do you collect from recycling? And then how much money do you guys make when you take all that stuff in Oroville?
So we go to like Little Way Hand, go to like homes, like different type of homes, like, and we also go to like Lone Star Mills, like over by downtown.
Yeah.
We go to like Boto Bardillo on Skyway across the street from Scrubs, and we go to Almond Tree. Yeah, that's some of the places we go to.
How about the money? How much money do you guys make in Oroville?
Okay. It depends. Over 200. Under 200 to $300.
One last question. How many times per month do you do this?
One to 2 times a month.
Okay, so this program has been running for many years. COVID shut it down for 1 year, so they're a little bit behind on what they would normally have collected because they couldn't come out to the sites. But they are also well known at the district office and all of our offices. They come through, they always shake our hands, they always greet us with a good greeting. And so it's a great opportunity for them to learn those skills within the program also. So this is something that has been happening. I know since you've been here, I mean, even before when Jeff Carr was here, right? So it's a long-standing program that we have had. Did you have any more questions for Dana or Ruth?
I'd like to know how you think we could help you.
Yes, thank you so much. A big problem that we had in the past when we were at PV were people stealing our supplies, stealing bottles and cans, and our tarp that we use to keep the rain and the sun out. A lot of the students in our program take medications and they're really sensitive to heat, so having a shade structure over our sorting area would be really helpful. And we have a couple of ideas how that could work. We just need the okay to attach some items to buildings and fences out there, right, Dana? So we can get a tarp so we're protected for the weather. And then also having a container to keep the bottles and cans in as a safe space before we take them into Oroville, because right now we're just kind of having to sort through, go, and drive to Oroville. And we're doing that 2 or 3 times a month, which is not the best way to do it, but we need a place to store the cans and bottles. Do you want to say anything else?
Sure, why not? One of the things I was going to say is that this group takes in quite a bit of recycling. We have, if you want to pass out the calendars, you can see the amount of customers we take care of each month. It's quite a few, and they love to donate. They tell their friends about us, and so we're out in the community. They're very sociable. It really works out well. We collect a lot. It would be nice to have some containment units if we can. The lock boxes that we have at PV have been broken into numerous times. We've had to constantly repair them with recycling money, and still they're broken into. So this has been kind of an issue. We've actually had to store a lot of our recycling off-site so that no one can get to it. the room we do have there is limited. If we could get something, that'd be great. The shade structure, that's the first priority. Numerous classes use the sorting area. We have at least 3 different classes that will come in anytime during the day, 5 days a week, to use this area during the heat, sometimes during the rain. It would be wonderful if we could have some sort of shade structure that could, at least protect them from the inclement weather. Anyways, thank you so much.
And I think we can help with some of that. I think our M&O director just left, unfortunately, but we can have some conversations with him about this. But I did want to address the students. I want to thank you so much for presenting this evening. It is hard to talk to an audience, especially when you're using a microphone, and answer questions. And you guys were so well prepared, so articulate, and I'm really proud of you for doing this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys, really,
Thanks
that was
again.
great.
And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Dr. Kaiser.
Okay, so next we have announcements. Does anyone have an announcement? No? Okay. Okay, then we move to items from the floor. Just as a reminder, items from the floor are not on the current agenda, and so they can't be responded to by board members. They are taken note of, and some activity or action may result based on that. So I have one name that was submitted for items from the floor, and that's Robert Keene. I don't know if it's a,
I don't believe I see him here.
what'd you say?
He's not here.
He's not here. Oh, okay, and he didn't call in? Okay. Okay, so guess we're done with that. Does anyone else in the audience have an item from the floor? Again, not on the agenda, okay? Come on up and give your name. Oh, okay. Has to be not on the agenda. Okay. All right, thank you. So with that, we'll move to the consent calendar. Is there anyone on the board that wants to pull an item on the consent calendar? Yes, Eileen?
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I'd like to pull 8.1.1.
81.1, okay. Anybody else? I'm going to pull A24. Okay, anything else? All right, with those 2 exceptions, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, second, moved and seconded. So this will be our first vote, so it'll be a vote by name. All those in favor of approving the consent calendar with the exception of 8.1.1 and 8.2.4, please answer with your name.
Robinson, aye.
Lando, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Dolby, aye.
Tennis, aye.
Okay, 5-0. All right, Eileen, the one that you pulled.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This is the minutes of the regular meeting of December 15th, 21. I just have a question, Madam President. We did move to table to the January meeting, a discussion we were having on putting times on the agenda items, and I just wanted to know if you have, with your discretion, moved it to a different month.
Kelly?
That is on this agenda. It's under item 5.1, second from the last on the discussion actions, under agenda layout. 9.5.1, discussion action, agenda layout.
Ah, it was hiding. Thank you. My mistake. I move approval of 8.1.1.
All right. Do I get a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, so this can be a voice vote. So we are moving the approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting on 12/15/21. All those in favor, please say by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 5-0. All right, thank you. I pulled 8.2.4, which is the approval of a field trip request for the Chico High wrestlers to attend a tournament in Hollis, but it's the girls' wrestling team. And this is relatively new in wrestling, and the girls' team have been doing exceptional. So I just wanted to recognize the sport that we don't normally identify with our female athletes, but they have been excelling. So with that, I'd like to move the approval of the field trip request.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. All those in favor, say by answering aye.
Aye.
Okay, 5-0. All right, thank you. So with that, we now move to the action and discussion calendar. And we do have 5 people on that issue. And so, but we will go in sequence. I don't know what aspect they want to discuss, so if you're one of those 5 people, Paula Warren.
We're going to do a point of order.
Okay.
Because we need to follow our procedures and go through our presentation first before we open it up to public
Okay,
comment.
yeah, all right, thank you. So the first item before the board is the California Voting Rights Act draft maps in the sequence of by-district elections, and we have both our attorney, Paul Gant, here, and we have our demographers as well representing. So, Paul, are you going first?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Board President Kaiser, members of the board, Superintendent Staley. Thank you for taking a few minutes, or allowing me to give you a few minutes of time. Just in introducing this item, I only want to make a few remarks, maybe to review some of the history before we turn to King and Associates to really get into what I think is the central meat of the meeting, which is to get into potential maps that will be considered. Tonight, you'll have an opportunity to look at detailed maps that set forth the trustee areas that are potentially up for approval. Obviously, ask questions, detailed questions of the demographer, and also talk about related issues such as the order of election, because all seats are not before the electors at the same time, and there are some options with regard to that have to be explored by the board as well. I did want to just briefly talk about how we got here. This whole process was launched some time ago. Of course, the California Voting Rights Act has been around for many years, and the last time before the current cycle that we had a lot of action in this area was 10 years before, in 2010, and that's because we do tend to see a lot of interest around the California Voting Rights Act at the time as we approach the decennial election, because at that point in time is when they have the new demographic studies come out, and the voters across the nation are counted in the census. And that census has a big impact on how districts are drawn. And so we see a lot of interest out in the community. We see a lot of interest statewide with interest groups, stakeholders who want to talk about the nature of local elections. When that approached for the 2020 cycle, your district, along with a lot of other municipalities, local agencies, statewide, began to receive letters And those letters come from interested parties, often in the form of attorneys who have a great deal of background, interest, and they wish to serve as advocates for changes in electoral systems at the local level. The California Voting Rights Act provides a, let's just say, it encourages the move. It is designed to encourage the move for local agencies to what we call trustee areas away from at-large areas. It's not required, but it's encouraged. And it is very easy for an advocate to come in and make that demand, and then boards or municipalities, such as whether they're the city of Chico or whether it's Chico Unified School District, have a hard decision to make. Should we stay with our at-large system, or should we acquiesce to this demand? Do we see a reason to do this? And so, without going into a great deal of detail, your board did consider that demand and ultimately decided in early 2020 that you would support and pass a resolution to move to these trustee areas. So I think it's important, though, to kind of cast our minds back to that time frame, because some of you are new and we're not here. Certainly members of the public may not have been as focused on it at that time as they are now. I think it's fair to say there was certain skepticism on the board. Some board members felt like, why are we doing this? This hue and cry for changing to this new election system is not coming from our public. We're not hearing from members, the parents. We're not hearing from local stakeholders. Members of the board didn't bring this forward. What brought it forward was a demand by an attorney, okay, admittedly as an experienced attorney, one with a great deal of interest in elections, and certainly had a right to be heard. But in fact, the process was driven to a great deal, and again, if we're honest, we know it was driven in part by this concern about litigation. And the board had to weigh a decision. Should we maintain our system, go through litigation, fight to stay in an at-large system, or is it more appropriate to preserve the resources of the district, go ahead and follow the CVRA, which encourages trustee area elections? Is there any real harm to doing that? And ultimately the board said, there's no great harm to doing it that way. It's a different way. We're going to have to adjust to that. But as compared to trying to hold on to the older way, go through litigation, deal with high legal fees, that's not what we wish to do. And the board voted and then decided to move to the trustee areas. Okay. Out of that process, then, you were ready to move forward. Early spring of 2020 came. You'd just really gotten into the process. Your consultant was beginning to provide information about how that process would go. What do we start to do when we develop these trustee areas? And COVID came. And basically, what happened at that point, of course, is the state is shutting down. The emergency order came in from the governor and said, timelines can be suspended. We understand that this is not the first order of business because the public is going to have a hard time focusing on this, providing input, so you're allowed to suspend those timelines. And quite frankly, your district, just like a lot of other districts and municipalities, said we're going to shelve it. We're not going to focus on this. We've got other things that require our attention. So it essentially went on the shelf. And it went on the shelf until last year in the summer when the governor and the state of California said, okay, we're going to pass a law. We're going to allow the timeline to restart. We're going to make some adjustments to the Brown Act. We're going to make some adjustments to this process to make it a little more streamlined, but you're going to start the timelines again. So at that point, district staff advising the board said, okay, we need to start this again. We bring back the consultants, consult with the attorney, let's get going. So we pick it back up, but in part with a new board. We have 2 new board members that were not present during the last round. So we then start the process, and then we get into the substance of considering these new trustee areas. And just briefly, as Mr. Murray and Ms. King will go into greater detail, but we end up with a system of 4 public hearings. 2 are somewhat informational, and then we have 2 meetings, which we're now into, to actually consider those maps that are very detailed. They have a lot of demographic information. And the board is presented with a lot of information, quite frankly. And the goal, as the consultants, both legal and demographic working for you, and I would say staff too, is to provide the board with a set of lawful options. It is not to try to encourage or suggest the board should go with any options. That's what's important to understand. The options that we try to bring before the board for consideration, both consultants and staff, are those that we either have received information, might have an interest because there have been comments from board members or members of the public that have raised issues that may need to be considered in the adoption process. So we put together a series of options, and then the board, and the board alone, decides which is the best option. Our goal is to present you with options that are lawful, that meet the fundamental requirements of the CVRA. But within that context, you're going to have a lot of different possibilities to look at. There are a lot of stakeholder interests, and they differ from map to map. There are a lot of public considerations to be considered. And so the debate may be vigorous, and sometimes it is, and that's understandable, and there's nothing wrong with that. The public may well have strong views, and they may come in through this process. Hopefully they will give you input through their both written and verbal comments, because that's how the process is supposed to work. So at the end of the day, the board will vote on what is the best trustee arrangement, what are the best district arrangements for this district. So I've taken probably more time than I should so far. I will also be available for questions, but I thought if, subject to your direction, I might turn it over to Mr. Murray to present his presentation, and then we would both be available to answer questions. Yes, Board Member Tennis.
Thank you, Mr. Gant. Before we move on to King Consulting, after 2 years of, I have only been here for just over a year, but after 2 years of this process, we were surprised on Friday afternoon. I had some confidential information as a board member prior to that this was coming, but we were introduced to 2 brand new maps, the orange maps A and B. Can you please describe your involvement, if there was any, in the creation of Orange A and Orange B?
Well, first of all, as the attorney in consulting and providing advice to staff or the board, I don't create, it's outside my area of expertise to create proposed maps. However, what you're referring to, I did review and did some research, legal research, to say if these possible maps that you're referring to, the orange maps, were to be adopted, are they fundamentally lawful? In other words, do they comply with my best understanding of how the CVRA has been interpreted? And if the board were to choose one of these maps, would it be unlawful? That's really my legal analysis. Okay. What I will say about the maps in terms of the information that's included in the maps, your consultants receive information typically through the district that has come through a number of different sources. It may have come from board members who have said, well, I would like you to consider where elementary schools are located in considering where the trustee areas should be. I would like you to consider where high schools are located. I would like you to consider communities of interest and various other items that have been brought forward. Since the prior meeting, it was brought forward to us as consultants that a question had arisen about the order of election and what the election process would look like if one of the different maps or some other map was adopted. And so there was focus by members of the public, as I understand it, suggestions or questions that came to staff that said, who's going to be who's going to be able to be elected depending on the different maps. It became, I think, maybe for the first time really in anyone's mind, a clear question as to whether, as we go through this redistricting process, is that going to impact, how is that going to impact on choices for board members, both in the current cycle 2022 and 2024. So out of that process and understanding that, yes, depending on choosing one of the existing options, yes, it could very much impact on the public's opportunity to consider or elect even current members of the board. Out of that process, then, it was requested, and we did create the orange maps, which, unlike the other options that were developed, and by the way, these maps have been developed only in recent months. They haven't been under development for 2 years because the process was started and then stopped. And then since that time, we've had the census, which provided all new data that had to be reviewed. And so really, it's only been a few months that the current set of maps and options have been under consideration. But with these questions, we, at the request of staff, did provide an option under the orange maps that would not present some of the election complexities that the other three maps were presenting in terms of having several board members overlapping in trustee areas.
So you say that it was staff that expressed a concern about having multiple trustees in the same area?
That information, the question was, we generally receive our direction or request to perform work at the request of staff, but the information came through staff. I don't know the exact source, but I know some of it, as I understand, came from public questions.
You say there was some kind of,
contact from the public.
Communication from the public that said something along the lines of, we're concerned about multiple board members being in the same trustee areas?
Well, I wasn't subject, I didn't receive the communications, Mr. Tennis, so I don't want to characterize them specifically.
I didn't either. I didn't see those either.
Okay.
So I'm surprised that we're taking this step now.
Well, the other thing I want to mention about the process and discuss about the process, and again, I'm happy to field more questions. I want to make sure that I give the opportunity to Mr. Murray and his team to present the information that he has in his presentation, because I think a lot of that will feed into some of the questions that you and other board members may have on this topic about order of elections. But it is typical, in fact, in my experience, it's not unusual at all that during the process of considering maps, this part of the process, questions arise. The questions arise from members of the public. They might arise from board members, stakeholders in the community, letters from interest groups. They can come from any source, but when those questions arise, they may result in a request for another map option. These are just options. And it is typical for the process that as we zero in on those maps and some of the specific effects that those maps will have, that new map options come to the fore.
But aren't those supposed to be policy-driven, demographically driven? Are they supposed to be politically driven? Are you supposed to make a map, based on somebody's political wishes? Are we here to create districts for incumbents so that, when we have to run for office, we can have a nice, clear field and we get to put that incumbent on the ballot? Is that why we draw a new map for the process?
Well, I think that the decision-making for how to choose a map is the board's decision. So you have the opportunity to consider any number of considerations. And in my experience, it is not unusual for the impact on the distribution of board members and how they are placed in various districts to be a consideration. You're right that the fundamental requirements of the CVRA require that they meet certain guidelines to be considered lawful. And that means they cannot impair the voting strength of protected groups. They must be within a certain range, balanced demographically within a certain percentage between the different trustee areas. And there are other general rules, like they have to be, each trustee area has to be contiguous, what we call contiguous. They can't be isolated dots on a map. And there's also what we call the compactness. I want to say guideline. It is a somewhat vague guideline, but it does discourage the creation of bizarre shapes, such as a dragon or there are other examples out there. But in order to simply develop a map in order to satisfy a political party interest, for example. So what you're referring to, I believe, would be the issue of gerrymandering, what we often call gerrymandering. Is it appropriate or is it proper to try to structure your trustee areas in order to satisfy the political interest of one group to the detriment of another group? And I would suggest at a certain level that is not proper. And so it would be a proper consideration for the board to look at if that were the case. If, for example, a map was structured in order to encourage one particular political point of view over another, and a detriment to a group of stakeholders who had a different view, that would be something legitimately that the board would want to think about and even ask questions about.
I mean, what sort of conclusions might the majority members of a political entity draw along those lines? Don't you think it's possible they might think about that and think, yeah, I kind of like the idea of drawing a map that's going to, keep us in a position of strength that we're in right now?
So there are a lot of impacts of various sorts in this process, and I think it often comes to light as you get late in the process. I think it comes to light both to the public, to stakeholders, and to you as board members, just how complex this can be and how many different impacts there can be. And that's why you're the board. That's why they put you in the position where you can ask hard questions, gather information. Look, I don't like any, excuse me, I'm sorry about that. I don't like any of the maps you've provided. We would like to see a different map. You can do that. You can say, there's too many maps here. We need to simplify this process. Let's cut it back. And often there is a narrowing process as you get late. There's often a narrowing process where you're saying, okay, it seems clear the board's most interested in these two maps. Tell us more about these. And you can narrow them. You can expand them. At the end of the day, you can ask questions of your consultants. You can listen to public comment. You can consult your own conscience. You can have a vigorous discussion amongst yourselves. Ultimately, you have to make a decision as to what is the map that's going to best serve this community. And if you're addressing a question to me at that process, at that point in the process, it's often, council, we thought a lot about this. We're kind of interested in this map. Is there anything unlawful about this map? Is this going to be reasonably subject to legal challenge? And then I'm happy to address that. But I think that there are a lot of issues that are not necessarily going to end up in the courts that nonetheless have a major impact on your community that I would suggest should address.
Could I ask you, and you can come back and say, we are talking about maps that we haven't had our experts present with what they saw as the options, so I was going to suggest we move to them. Is your question more appropriately to?
It's exactly what we're talking about right now, but I can wait if you would like to, Madam President.
Are you okay with going to the maps? Is that what?
No, I find it frustrating, actually, frankly, that I can't ask my question while I've been waiting to ask my question.
Okay, well then go ahead.
So my direct question for you is actually to repeat that right back at you. You jumped my line, actually. Is it unlawful for us to consider a map that takes into consideration where current incumbents currently preside?
And I will tell you that based on my analysis and research, it is not unlawful for you to consider those as possible options.
Would it be unlawful for us to consider maps that, let's just say in a future scenario, we're drawn to put 2 or 3 incumbents in one district knowing that they fall in one realm, in their political leanings or however we want to be in politicking, and favors another one or two to be in their own district. So we know that some are going to definitely have to go up against each other, and it's going to put that, political arena at a disadvantage and put other people at an advantage to maintain their seats, potentially depending on the will of the voters.
Without seeing the actual maps that you're talking about, and without having a record in order to review both the backup information that came to the board and the board's discussion itself at that juncture, I can't speculate as to what the legal answer would be. You have a lot of leeway. You have a lot of discretion in this area. We do know there are certain guidelines that must be followed. And if those are violated, the map would become unlawful. If communities of interest, and particularly ethnic or racial minorities' voting strength is impaired as a result of the maps you choose, that would likely raise legal issues. If the demographic balance is out of alignment with what the CVRA requires, that would be a legal issue.
So just to be clear, under our current maps that are in consideration, it's not your position that we are considering any maps that are unlawful.
I am consulted. One of the reasons I'm consulted in this process is certainly neither your consultants, and I would hazard a guess your staff, does not want to waste your time to have you considering maps that if you were to adopt them would be unlawful. That would not be a good use of your time and be very frustrating. So yes, I did look at the orange maps with an eye toward not advocating for them or any other map. We're not here to advocate for the result, just to present options. These presented additional options, and based on my analysis, they could be adopted within the law.
Thank you.
The same is true of the other options, by the way, that have been presented.
All right, so if we can have our demographics experts from King's Associate come on up. Thank you. And reintroduce yourself.
Yes, thank you. So thank you, Board President Kaiser, members of the board, Superintendent Staley, and staff. So my name is Rob Murray. I am the Director of Demographics and Planning for King Consulting. I have been working with Chico Unified School District throughout this process. Again, as Mr. Gant referenced, some of the early public hearings, just soliciting more general input, developing the initial map options, presenting those options, and then adding some additional requested data so that those options could be assessed against other metrics. And then here tonight to review, again, our initial options with some additional context that has not yet been presented, as well as to present 2 new map options. I do have with me Jamie King-Eisman, the president of King Consulting, but she's had a busy week. I'm going to try to give her the night off as much as I can and see if I can answer your questions on their own. But if Jamie, trust me, if she feels like she has something to contribute, she will be up here to let you hear about it. So with that, so our agenda, you've seen variations on this quite a bit. We're just going to do a quick review of that timeline, the criteria. I do want to spend a little bit of time focusing on some new feedback that we've received in between our last meeting in person in November and now. And then again, reviewing those original area maps with some additional context with election sequencing. We are going to just do a more thorough walkthrough of some scenarios that can come up under different combinations of trustees in different trustee areas, just so that everyone understands all of the potential things that can happen, and then get into the new map options that have been developed. And then going into, we have all of that criteria data, and we just now have 2 additional map options to join those ranks of numbers. So again, we won't read off every number on every table, but we'll just show you what you have to look at. So on that timeline, so again, we were last here in November, it's now January 19th, and we have the additional map options to present. And this is an informational meeting with again, I know we have some members of the public who are going to speak after we've wrapped up. And then at February 2nd, we'll, again, if depending on what else we hear tonight, come back with any additional requests for information. But at that point, any map option that has been publicly presented for at least 7 days, the board can choose to adopt at that time, or we can just come back again on February 16th. But again, tonight is really about presenting the information that we have, and the board will not be making any decisions to adopt any maps tonight. So again, I think Mr. Gant has covered a lot of this, but really under CVRA, two of the big things we're looking at, it is most particularly the district's Hispanic and Latino population. That represents the largest protected class minority that we have looked at, and we will be seeing the concentration relative to the total district population of that group in all the maps and all the areas. And of course, keeping in mind with your total population, the equal representation, each trustee should represent about the same number of people. So we do have a range for each area that we need to stick within to make sure that there is balance in terms of how many people each of you is representing. A quick reminder of that background, kind of on the nuts and bolts level. How this works is that we have the census data that from the 2020 census with population totals and broken out by ethnicity and by over under 18. Per census block, you see the map here kind of zoomed in on Chico, and you even from here can see there are different sizes and shapes, and they have very different populations. Some of your census blocks don't have a single person living in them. Your most populated one has more than 1,400. And it's, again, by the population total is the letter of the law that has to be balanced, especially if this were zoomed out. You wouldn't be able to even see these smallest blocks, but you have some very large census blocks in the northern and eastern portions of your district. But again, some of them don't have any people in them. Some of them have maybe a single-digit number of people in them. So again, it's worth adding up all the census block populations that form these trustee areas. Yes?
So just to clarify, square mileage is not something that's considered under legal requirements.
No, the size of the areas, and you'll see as we go through the original blue, green, and purple maps, you will see that none of the maps have equal sized areas. It is equal population that we're considering.
And all of the maps fall within, all of the maps have all the districts falling within that 22,800 to 23 and 25,225 population range.
Correct. That is one of those legal requirements that, as Mr. Gant referenced, we would not bring forward any maps that didn't meet that requirement.
In an earlier presentation to this board, you said that, your firm, that districts should be as compact as possible. So what's the, I guess, legal basis or tradition or custom associated with that?
Nope, and I think, and that is a good question, and as Mr. Gant said, it is not a rigidly defined term, and for me, it does sort of hit on that. You know it when you see it, but when you have kind of tendrils of areas leading off to something, kind of dumbbell-shaped things where you might have two blobs that are just connected by the width of a street in between them, where you have, just anything that, doesn't mean it has to be a perfectly square or circle-shaped area. And I'll actually point out some examples of this with some of the earlier maps and on the orange maps, what some of the thinking is. Because, for example, on the blue map, where one of the guiding principles was using the high school boundary, which happened to have enough population for 2 trustee areas in the PV area and 3 trustee areas in the Chico High attendance area. You were kind of working with dividing those shapes up of 2 areas in the PV zone, 3 areas in the Chico High zone. And that led to the shape of one of those Chico High areas where, and the 2 up north, where when you look at them in isolation, some of the shapes might be a bit odd, but when you consider that you're just looking at the 2 areas in the PB High, and then you're dividing them into 2, then they are both as compact as I think they can be while meeting the population standards under that. And then same for the 3 below. So there's not going to be a short, simple answer to that question, unfortunately.
So if one district was 5 square miles, and then another district was over 150 square miles, would that be a little lopsided, possibly, for trying to fulfill that goal?
I would say not necessarily. In this case, I think compactness really refers to the shape of just not having particularly odd-looking shapes, not necessarily to a compact geographical extent. So moving into, we have the criteria that we, oh, yeah, no, Mr. Gant, yeah, I'm going to let you speak to that.
On the legal side on this, because I think it is a very important question, obviously, and you do have different shapes. This is a legitimate and an important question that the board needs to consider.
I don't care about the shape.
The consider,
You know.
the issue is, for compactness, is often what is the driving, what are the driving considerations? Is there appear to be an unlawful consideration that is impacting on that shape, is what it comes down to. And that is generally what the courts are going to be looking at in helping them decide whether the compactness principle has been denied. They'll look at a number of things. They will say, where are the dividing lines between these trustee areas? Are they, for example, major thoroughfares? Are they recognized dividing lines? Or are they, cutting across fields? Are they reaching out to small areas to try to drag them in order to increase the voting strength of a particular group to the detriment of another group, which is why I focus on that. That's the kinds of considerations when the court would weigh whether there's a compactness violation. I hope that that's somewhat helpful.
And then one other point is, in a district like Chico USD, where, as I was kind of referencing with some of those census blocks, you have some areas that are much less densely populated than others. It is almost inevitable that you will have, whatever areas include your more rural populations, are going to have to be larger in order to have the same number of people in them as an area that is within the core city of Chico, especially because with how many people live in the core city of Chico compared to the outlying areas, it's just not feasible to have those be really the same size.
2 years ago, when you first I think it was maybe your second presentation, you said that you were asked by somebody who was on the board at that time and is still on the board, somebody who I respect and like, that they didn't want residences of incumbents to be a factor, or they wanted it to be a factor of last resort, criterion of last resort. And there were nonverbal cues from other members of the board at that time that they agreed. And now you've gone off and you've drawn a map that has, and to my analysis, the top criteria is to honor the locations of incumbents and where they live. And I believe that the reason why the orange map has such a huge area, over 150 square miles for District 5, and such a small area by contrast for a different district, that it was in order to achieve that, putting those incumbents in those desirable locations for them, i.e. where they live currently.
Okay, but I'll be getting, when I go through the orange map, we'll certainly get into some of that. And as far as, something that we will cover is, yes, I was not even aware of the addresses of the current board members at the time those first maps were developed. And then when I get into some of the election sequencing, I think that will illustrate why there was some desire to provide an option that simplified the sequencing and minimized or even eliminated some of the complications that can arise. And again, I think I will just reiterate what Mr. Gatt said. My job is to provide you with an option that meets all other requirements, and then how you then pick up that ball and move with those options, it's out of my hands at that point.
Go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. So the additional feedback since November, there will be a few of these that I'm going to speak to very specifically on the maps, and then some that I just want to speak to now just to answer some questions that came in through the website comments that I was able to read over these last couple of months. And so one of them was that consideration for the next election sequencing, and just what might happen when current trustees are in the same area. We'll go through some examples that really walk through all the permutations of this, but that we have some new map options based on that concern, and one other that I'll get to in just a minute. Some of the feedback that we got was just expressing support for one or another of the original three options. All three of them did receive some comments that expressed support for that particular option. There was a couple of specific questions on the purple map, which I'll bring that one up with the elementary school boundary overlay to speak to a couple of those questions. One, just in general about how to find and use maps. And so we will also add the orange maps to this capability, but the just images of the maps are on the district's website page. And we also have some what are called KMZ files, but a very small file that can be downloaded, and then there are instructions on the web page for going on to Google Maps, and it allows you to kind of drag that file in so you can display the trustee area maps on top of anything on Google Maps. You can search for your home or any other point of interest, see what trustee area it would be in different maps. And so just wanted to make sure that just people were aware that that was something that the district website does have available. I did hear some feedback, the identification of a neighborhood that was not shown on the neighborhoods map or analysis, Cal Park. So we have that shown now, and you should just see where that one falls on all the maps. As we get to one that I think is very important, a clarification on the district extent on all the maps when you see them. Just as a reminder, we're zooming in so you can see more detail in streets within the city of Chico, but there is an inset that shows the full extent of the Chico Unified School District, and yes, everything shown on that inset is within the district, so people in, for example, Forest Ranch and Cohasset are in Chico USD. Those kids go to Chico USD schools, and people who live in those areas can and are on the, hold seats on the Board of Education. And then finally, speaking of those communities, the comment referred to them as the mountain communities, but whether mountain, foothill, but there was some expression of those as a community of common interest, and disappointment that most of the original maps separated those two communities between two different trustee areas. So that also informed some of what went into the orange map, which we'll show you when we get to that. But first, those original draft trustee area maps, again, the blue, green, and purple. Unless people have questions, I won't belabor all of the different reasons, but broadly, the blue map was based on the high school boundary of having trustees entirely as much as possible within one or the other. The green map, the high school boundary, but having every trustee area straddle both high school areas. And then the purple map, looking at a focus on elementary school boundaries. So we're gonna just quickly, before I get into my election sequencing rundown, here is that purple map with the overlay of the elementary school boundaries. There was one comment wondering about a specific area that might have been included between areas 3 and 4, but that is that Citrus and Neil Dow boundary, where the trustee areas do run right along, and that is the expressed intention of this map, to try to follow those boundaries as much as feasible. However, there was also a question of why Parkview was split in this map, and that's just unfortunately, with the different population densities, making every single elementary boundary fit in just isn't feasible. This one does have 7 of the 10 elementary school boundaries entirely or almost entirely within one trustee area, but for people who are particularly interested in Parkview unity, the blue map actually does happen to actually place almost all of Parkview within one trustee area. So just wanted to point out those specific concerns. And now I do want to spend this whole, definitely expect to get some questions perhaps during this part, because there's some perhaps complicated permutations from this, but the next step, yes.
I'm sorry, I wanted to ask a question of staff, just for clarification on our school boundaries. Off the top of our heads, what's the percentage of our students that form 10 and don't actually attend school in their boundaries? So over 40% of our students aren't actually going to the school which they reside in. So those boundaries aren't necessarily like representing who people will be voting for the schools that their kids are necessarily going to.
Correct, and we show you, one of the data points that we've had is showing you the full matrix that breaks down where
Right.
the students are enrolled
Right.
who live in each trustee area, which showed that literally every area on every map had at least one student at every school in the district.
Exactly. I guess that was kind of the point, is just to demonstrate that we really are an at-large board, regardless of if we are being put into districts for voting purposes, that we have students, no matter which district we're going to be in, that are attending all the schools in every school district boundary. Thanks for clarifying that. 40% is very high. I mean, that's a huge nod to Chico Unified for student choice and parent choice for where students get to go to school, which is really great.
Does that include Oak Bridge and Fairview?
Okay. Yeah, we have a rich history of choice within Chico Unified, and that's something that, you know, we really try to pride ourselves on. And it started with, you know, Sierra View and Academics Plus, and Hooker Oak, and Rosedale, and the two-way immersion program. But then when parents have preferences of schools that they want to go to, we do try to accommodate that, and that is not the case in most districts.
And so I'm just gonna jump back into this, but so the quick, so first the 101 level. So as a parent, just looking at the table, there are 5 members of the Chico Unified Board, and there are staggered terms. So any given election, there'll be either 3 or 2 members who are being elected. And that will still be the case, whether at large or with trustee areas. So currently, we have all of the current members listed, and when their term ends, there are 3 members, President Kaiser and members Lando and Robinson, whose terms are up with the election that will occur this fall. And then the other 2 members, Dalby and Tennis, have their at-large terms through 2024. So all board members can complete their elected at-large term. For 3 of you, that will be later this year, and for the other 2, they're still 2 years away. And so once we have trustee areas, whatever map it is, 3 of those areas will elect in 2022, and the other 2 will have to wait until 2024. You cannot have more than 5 members on the board, and 2 of you will have the opportunity to remain here through 2024. There is no scenario where somebody who has already been elected, it must end their term early. So what happens next is, let's say, and some of these maps will show you this very thing happening, but you have members A, B, and C who are all living in the same trustee area. Actually, we'll simplify it first, and let's say it's just A and B. The most simple variation of this is you have 2 members who both are on the same election cycle, and in 2022, A and B are in the same area. They both want to continue their term of service on the board and seek re-election. So they, along with anyone else who enters that contest, will all run. The voters of that trustee area will make their selections, and whoever wins that election has the seat on the board, and no one else does. But what this means is that whenever there are multiple board members now who are in the same trustee area, for everyone beyond 1, that is a current member who definitely will not be back after the election. Now let's add in our member C there, who's elected at large, can serve through 2024, but they have a couple people whose terms are up in 2022, and that trustee area is holding an election. So if they don't run, which they don't have to, they finish out their term, but when their term is up, their trustee area doesn't have an open seat, so they would have to wait until 2026 to run again. So more likely, member C there can go ahead and run for the trustee area seat. And if they don't win, it just reverts back to what we just talked about. They still serve out their at-large term, but once that term expires, unless they move to a different trustee area, they need to wait until the trustee seat in their area opens again. Yes?
Did you just say that a sitting board member in a newly created trustee area can not be scheduled for their term to expire for another 2 years, but they can run for that newly open seat in that new district? Did you say that?
That is correct, because if they don't do that, once their term expires, then they would have to wait 2 years for the opportunity to run again. So if they don't want to risk, or rather if they want to have the opportunity not to have that lapse in their term, they can run for the trustee area seat. And what happens if they win is they've won the trustee area seat. They would then give up their at-large seat. And because that was brought about because of the 2022 election, that leaves a vacancy on the board and creates the need to fill that vacancy either by appointment or by holding a special election for a 2-year term from one of the areas that does not have a trustee seat yet. And I'll show, when we look at each individual map, I can show you examples of this with real maps and real people, and that might make it a little more concrete. But these are some of the permutations that, again, when the question came up of what, because actually backing up a second, in addition to selecting a map, you also select the sequence of which trustee areas elect in 2022. 3 of them have to, and which 2, again, 2 of them have to wait until 2024. And in putting potential election sequences up with these maps, it turned into the exploring all of the potential outcomes when there are multiple trustees grouped together. And again, the one we just went to with the trustees that are on different election cycles in the same area, all 3 of the original maps do present that, and so present the potential, again, of either a member on the 2024 cycle either having a lapse in their term or winning a trustee seat and creating a board vacancy. And so I think that was the impetus for, is it feasible to have a map that meets other legal requirements but avoids those potential complications by having each current member in their own area so that it's very obvious which trustee areas are on 2022 or 2024, and avoids any possibility of having that board vacancy or having members who would like to remain on the board but are forced to wait for 2 years. The other option that I haven't discussed yet is, and again, with A, B, and C together, if it's not going until 2024, then when A's or B's term expires, even if they would like to run, they're the ones now waiting for 2 years until they have that opportunity when that seat is contested again. Yes?
I have to tell you, Mr. Murray, I think that you're a very competent professional. I've heard you present on this topic a number of times. I've watched footage of you presenting on this topic before I was here. And I think that you did your job. I think that you did what people asked you to do. You, at the outset of this process, 2 years ago, were asked, it wasn't in the context of a formal vote, but you were asked, you know, on the record, to please make residences of sitting board members a criterion of last resort. You nodded your head, you said, you got it, that's what I'm gonna do. You then came back months later with 3 maps where you didn't think about that. You were a machine about this, and you didn't look at where people lived. Now, we're doing a complete 180 from that with the introduction of the orange maps, and we've got these 2 brand new New Year's babies, the orange maps, A and B. You know, where did they come from? Why did you change your approach on this?
And again, my approach is really to provide legally sound maps at the request of input that is coming in. And so in this case, this is something that came through to me directly from district legal staff. Just again asking, can we explore if it is it feasible to have a map that does this? And I looked into it, and it was.
So I'm sorry I have to do this, but this is why people put me here. And that is to ask this difficult question that I don't like asking, because every single person in this room I've gotten to know on a level, and I like them. I like the people here at Chico Unified School District. I like the consultants that we work with. I think they're good people, but I'm concerned that we may have let our humanity get the better of us somewhere in this process. And so I need to know, you said that it was legal staff that asked you to draft the orange maps. Legal staff has said in this meeting right here that they did not create the orange map. So I've got a big question mark in my head, and I need to know who created the orange maps, A and B.
Yep.
Whose idea was this?
Good
Who asked you
evening.
to build these maps?
Good evening, Board Member Tennis, Board President Kaiser, Superintendent Staley. I felt like it was probably time for me to stand up. I understand your desire to point a finger and ask somebody where the maps came from, but when we're working in our Sacramento office, it's a very organic process that Rob and I go through when we're having conversations about public input, history with the board, history of this process. So, you know, while there's a desire to point the finger at someone, it really happened organically. It was a culmination of Rob and I having conversations with your legal about community input regarding wanting to see a new scenario that included the foothills as their own area in combination with the issues that we saw with the election sequencing. And I will take ownership for that. And I will absolutely stand here and say that Rob and I looked at that together along with Paul, and we said, what if there's an opportunity here based on community feedback and the issues we're seeing with election sequencing to present another completely fair and objective map? You know, we are working in our Sacramento office. We don't have any political stake in this game. We have worked for this district since 2004, providing fair and objective data for things like boundary changes of schools and enrollment projections, and we've done the same here. So that's my response, is that this came naturally as part of the process through conversations that Rob and I were having as we were developing the new scenario with the foothills as its own neighborhood boundary. Does that answer your question?
I don't think so. So you and your coworker basically decided that we up here needed a choice where we could all have a district assigned to us.
No.
And you produced a map that actually listed in the legend of the map who was going to be in each district.
Each map, because we have to deal with election sequencing, each map is going to have that. We are at that point in this process. That has to be a consideration because you have to make a decision about how you're going to sequence your elections moving forward, regardless of which map you choose.
But that doesn't really...
We did not make a choice, Mr. Tennis. We took the public input that we received since the last meeting and created another map. This is absolutely part of this process. This is not uncommon. This is not something that's new to this process. If you'd like me to bring you forth at the next meeting examples of other processes that other public agencies have gone through or new maps were introduced after they got into the election sequencing process, I'm happy to do that. But again, this came from public input following the last meeting and our analysis of your election sequencing.
And that public input was?
That public input was a desire to have a new map that made the foothill communities their own area.
Who asked for that?
To have their own trustee area.
I haven't seen that email.
Okay, well, I believe it was
nobody
posted to the
asked, nobody
website.
said, I want the foothills to have their own community, and so therefore I want a new
It was
map.
absolutely part of the public input that we received through the website, I believe, since the last meeting. And Rob, you can speak to that if you like.
And I can jump in here
Yeah.
too. I mean, there's a lot of things that led to this. Right off the bat, when the maps came out and we had a phone call that said, so which areas are going to be open under each map? And I'm like, I have no idea. I hadn't even thought about that. I was still focused on which map are we going to use. And so the question about transitioning or election sequencing came up. There was a conversation with our Director of Community Relations. I want to know which areas will be open under each map. Frankly, I hadn't even thought of that. I asked legal counsel, wow, I don't even know how to answer this question. And so Mr. Gant said, let me work with Rob on that. Let's see if we can put that together. That's where we have these examples of sequencing. And when you look at the examples of sequencing, it becomes very clear that none of these are ideal for a very, here's a seamless transition. It doesn't work that way with the ones that we have. And so I did ask, wow, is there any way to make this sequencing better? Did I ask, go draw an orange map? No. But through that conversation, I think that's where you guys have conversations. All right, can we look at something that makes sequencing better while we also take into consideration public comment?
You know what?
So I do feel like you want to point a finger at somebody, but it's a process and my job is to make sure the board has options. If the board doesn't like the options, don't vote for the options. But you have, it gives you more options. I don't see a downside in having options to choose from.
So this will be my last comment for now, and we can move on, but this whole discussion about this sequencing problem, this sequencing crisis, another way to say that is to say that, wow, we've got a problem because, you know, these maps don't treat everyone equally. These maps don't guarantee that each incumbent is going to have their own district to run in. And so this narrative of a sequencing problem has been created as a way to paper over the fact that we are basically doing the opposite of what you guys were told 2 years ago we wanted to make a bottom priority.
Go ahead, please.
So, quick question. In any organization, this county, the city, whatever, that switches from at-large to district elections, they all have to make some kind of a decision about which seat is going to be open, right? There's no law that covers that. Or is there?
And this is where, again, you have 3 seats that will open in 2022. So once you have made a map with 5 areas, 3 of those areas need to hold elections.
Yes, but are there rules governing which districts?
No, aside from that, at the time that you adopt a map, you also have to specify at the same time, again, what the sequence is, basically which 3 areas are going to go first and which 2 are going to wait until the next election.
And we did ask that of the elections office, and they said that is up to the board.
Okay, so this is not, this issue of deciding who's going to be, which districts are going to be up for a vote when it's not some new and surprising thing. This is a part of the process that's written, right?
This was always going to enter the conversation around this time, once we were looking at maps, and you, again, because at the time that you adopt a map, you also at the same time, so as you'll see when I get to the maps in a moment, I have put a suggested sequence on, and I can tell you on each one also, really where you have the most, you know, not that it's arbitrary, because there, you probably have the local expertise to say which ones might make the more sense, but when you have multiple areas with no trustee, and just say 1 of 3 areas needs to go in 2022 and the other 2 have to wait until 2024, that's where you have a lot of discretion in what might make the most sense for that. And again, we'll be showing you some specific examples of that. But yes, it really was that whole, again, in reference to your point, Mr. Tennis, I had no idea where any of you lived until the point where we went to start answering this question, putting up what the sequences look like with the actual board members that we have, and seeing that, as was referenced, in every single one of the original 3 maps, you have not only board members together, but board members presenting that unique, or not, I guess not so unique situation of board members on different election cycles that creates the possibility of either lapses in service or vacancies on the board, again, depending on other criteria that could be weighted more heavily. That is absolutely something that you can adopt and move forward just knowing what that's going to look like. But I think maybe some of the language of criteria of last resort, I think that might be what qualifies as that last resort, in that this was not just making one that, yeah, you had a couple of other options where things were kind of close, but you wanted one that absolutely put everyone in their own area. This was, you had 3 options that all presented the same potential for having to conduct a special appointment or special election, and making an option that reduced or eliminated that potential so that it was an option.
I want to note that this process is going on in the entire county, wherever districts have been chosen or been, in effect, sort of legally coerced by threats to move to that. And the Butte County Office of Elections is so swamped with this that they aren't even able to publicly present at this time what the elections are going to look like. Eileen?
Thank you, Kathy. Just for my own focusing, I'd like to ask a couple of questions on what I need to consider to cast my vote. Number one is the election laws say that once you are elected, which 2 of our members have just been elected, you are entitled to serve the entire term, 4 years. So that's a guarantee.
That's
The
a
law,
given.
the
You-
law provides that.
You're not required to, and that's why the option arises.
Right.
But you are entitled to.
Entitled, that, I thought that was the term I used,
You
but
may
that
have. I just
was
wanted
the
to be clear.
understanding that I have.
Yeah.
We do need that. The other thing that the law provides is that the protected class, in this case, we have identified our Hispanic population, even though it's not as concentrated as it was after the 2010 election, there is still evidence that there is a protected class concentration, so that we need to be careful when we are establishing our maps that we don't arbitrarily dilute the voting power of that protected class.
Correct. So if you
The-
introduced a new criteria, such as taking consideration of board member addresses and their placement in the areas, and that were to diminish the voting strength of the Hispanic population in this district, that would very possibly generate a legal challenge that could be successful.
That's my understanding. It is also my understanding that we have the criteria of a balance by numbers of the number of people in each district being, because of our total population of, I believe, 120,000 plus, each district, each new district has to have that between 21,000, where's the, anyway, you divide it by 5, and, it has to, you can't put more people in one than you do in another. That puts it out of balance beyond that requirement of dividing it equally as possible.
The one person, one vote standard
One-
is what we're talking
exactly.
about in essence, yes.
The other thing that I thought the law talked about, even though it doesn't require, is that the shapes be as organically reasonable as possible. I believe that's the intent of what the law says, that you can't make, an octopus with 10 legs out so that you try. Additionally,
If you did, you'd have a mountain to climb.
Right.
But you might, I mean, it's all in comparison to the lawful and reasonable criteria that the board chooses to emphasize.
The other thing that this board, and by this board, I'm going to include at whatever point we were first making the decisions, had 2 different members on, because incumbents did not get reelected. So we have different board members continuing the process when the governor took the timeline bar away. So we have criteria for population, criteria for ethnic, and then the boards have said, we also want to take a look at socioeconomic balance. We want to take a look at home ownership versus home rentals. And I believe one of the other, well, not one, that we had things like different high schools being either represented by 1 or 2 or by, we had some things that this board, at this time in the process, which is the second shot at this, gave to the demographers. And I believe every single one of our requests including several that came from an audience member that was here, have been met, and those options?
That's the goal. Let me say that when we understand that it is often difficult for people to participate in this process, and that when one board member speaks with an interest, or a member of the public has the courage, if you will, to get up and speak in front of the audience like this, and they state an interest, the process believes, and I think it's designed to look at that, is they're probably speaking for more than one person. That includes board members, we recognize that, but it also means members of the public. So to the extent that it's practical to do so, and that those criteria appear lawful and not inconsistent with the legal criteria we must meet, then your demographers do attempt to take that into account, unless the board as a whole orders them not to. See how that process works. It is designed to be inclusive. It's designed to generate options and only remove options that either clearly don't have, the board has no interest in, that are unlawful, unpractical, unreasonable, or conflict with higher purposes. But that's how you go through this process. That's why you have multiple hearings. You have multiple meetings for this process. I got up to address a question that was still outstanding, and it dovetails with your question, which was the question of, we were here, not me personally, but your demographers were here, and there was a discussion that took place in March of 2020 under a different board, different members, under a different census, different numbers, at a different time in the process, in which possibly one member outwardly, and there's maybe some nonverbal, I don't know, I didn't see it, but at least one member suggested that's not a criteria I would like to see used unless it's a last resort. That we are now at an entirely different place, and information came forward to the demographers and me as legal counsel that there was an interest and concern in this issue. It is a legitimate issue. We're not here to make the board's decisions. If an issue comes to light that's a legitimate issue that could cause some substantial concern, and it's lawful to address it by bringing you an option, that's our job. We don't make the decision, but we don't want to leave you hanging. We don't want to get to the fourth meeting only to find all the light bulbs go on and people say, wait a minute, we're essentially going to have board members make a decision to either step off the board or to not have an opportunity to serve on this board. Every one of you was chosen by members of this community. Every one of you. And the process was delivered upon you essentially through a threat of litigation. The community didn't come forward and say, we're not really happy with the makeup of this board. In fact, they did the opposite. They voted all of you onto the board. Okay, so if this issue is coming up and is saying we're going to force us into some very difficult positions, in fact, it may even force us to have to go out and assign somebody who hasn't even been elected to cover part of a term, or we may have to go through the expense of an election, a special election. I haven't priced that lately. It's expensive. Okay, so it's a legitimate concern. If staff leaves that off the table, if consultants don't address it when asked to do so, we're doing you a disservice. All we're doing is bringing you this option along with the others. What you do with it is within your authority.
Mr. Gant, every argument you just made could be used to argue in favor of gerrymandering on behalf of a board majority.
Except that gerrymandering involves the disenfranchisement of one group in favor of another. It's a legal term.
Yeah.
Illegal gerrymandering is, by definition, unlawful.
I mean, I don't know how somebody would go about proving that. Okay? You basically are like laying out some version of a legal case as to why we should all just vote to basically feather our own nests and keep ourselves in power.
I'm not arguing for you to adopt any particular approach, Mr. Tennis.
I'm explaining to you at your request and the request of other board members' pointed questions, why did we bring an additional option to you? And we've tried to explain that. We can, I think seeing some of the actual information in the presentation may help clarify questions, but that's it in a nutshell. That's why we did bring you an additional option.
I'm feeling very strongly we need to let our consultants continue so that we have a clarification on the maps, and then more questions can occur. And we do have members of the public who wanted to speak to this item as well.
Thank you. So yeah, let's see, going on to the maps now. So your blue option is that we are now showing this with a summary of the board members that reside in each area and a suggested sequence. And so my suggested sequences lean towards if there is a trustee who is on the 2024 election cycle and they're the only trustee in an area, that is an obvious match for a 2024. Same for a single trustee or even multiple trustees who were all in 2022. But when there are multiple trustees in different election cycles, which, as I said, is the case in all three original maps, my suggested sequence is to put that one in 2022. Again, that is something that's ultimately at your discretion, but just for this example. And that would be because it at least provides every member the opportunity to run. It does not force anyone who is on the board to wait 2 years for the chance to seek re-election. So that is the rationale for putting forward 2, 3, and 5 in 2022, and 1 and 4 in 2024. Again, with areas 1 and 3, that is entirely at your discretion, which one of those would kind of get to go first with the opportunity to elect its resident trustee, and which one would need to wait until 2024, but it's going to be one or the other if you put Area 5 going first. But what this means specifically is that, by the end of the full 2024 cycle, there would be guaranteed 2 board members who are not among the 5 of you now. It also means that after 2022, at least one between Kaiser and Lando, should they both seek re-election, would not win. If Member Dalby wanted the opportunity to continue serving on the board in the long term and not risk a 2-year gap until the next opportunity to run in 2026, should Member Dalby win that election, then both President Kaiser and Member Lando would be off the board. And again, that would then, your seat would then be the trustee seat, not the at-large seat. You can't hold them both simultaneously. That would create a vacancy on the board. You would have just had elections in this sequence with 2. Member Robinson may or may not have won that race against any other new candidates. And then Area 3 would already have elected someone. In this case, then that would leave the vacancy probably in Area 1 to, again, either by appointment or by a special election to fill that 5th seat on the board. So again, there's some permutations that can happen there. You've already looked at some of the other merits of this map, but just knowing how that would actually play out with elections now becomes a consideration at this phase. On the green map, we now move to 3 areas with no current board members residing in them. In this case, both of the areas with board members have that split of 2022 and 2024. So going ahead and resolving those in 2022, and then I've picked Area 1. Again, that is at the board's discretion. Of the other 3 areas, one of them would need to go ahead and elect in 2022, with the other 2 waiting until 2024. And then same thing, except this time, if you could have the possibility of either Kaiser or Lando winning that election, in which case Mr. Tennis would serve out his at-large term, but then wait 2 years for the opportunity to run again. Or if Mr. Tennis were to win, that would then again create a vacancy on the board, as he cannot hold both an at-large and a trustee area seat. Member Dalby could do the same thing in Area 5, and this potentially have 2 vacancies on the board following the November 2022 election. which would then be resolved in the same way. In this case, Area 1 would have elected its own trustee, so Areas 2 and 3 would need to either hold special elections for a 2-year term or have a member appointed. And then on the purple map, very similar in that you still have the 3 areas with no trustees, but now you have 4 of the current board members in 1 trustee area, which means that at the guaranteed turnover over the next 2 elections of at least 3 of the current board. This time there is at least only potential for 1 vacancy should either member Tennis or member Dalby enter and win the election for trustee area 5 in 2022.
So if I'm correct, that would mean that assuming either Tennis or Dalby won, the other person who was elected to serve until 2024 would have to then be an at-large representative?
Correct, because no one's term ends early. So
Right,
yes,
right.
if either Tennis or Dalby won, the other would still be an at-large trustee. But when that term expired, unless they moved to a different trustee area, there would be no way for them to run from their current residence until that particular trustee area came around again in 2026. Right. And so I think we've been over that, but then given that each of those maps introduces the potential for some complexity and potential extra expense for the district, was it feasible to create a map that met all the other legal requirements, but also took into consideration for the first time current board member addresses to create those areas? And I was able to determine that that is something that was doable, and this was the now called Orange A map. And so you see current members are 1 per area. That makes the sequence very straightforward with the 3 areas that contain a current board member whose term expires in 2022 would hold their elections in 2022. The other 2 areas would hold elections in 2024. Again, you could do something different. You get to select pick the election sequence, but that would be certainly the most straightforward way to approach that one. And then the orange, one thing that was pointed out, again, I know that board members had an opportunity to, as Mr. Tennis said, to see these maps prior to when they were published. And one feedback that came in was in this first orange map, and while again we've acknowledged that the location of school sites or even of school boundaries is not indicative of which students or which schools the students who live in those areas are attending, there was only 1 school site located within trustee area 5, but with PV High, Marigold, and Loma Vista, we're very near the border of 4 and 5, and the populations worked such that shifting just the area containing those schools and a little bit to the north of PV High, out of 4 and into 5, still kept all of the populations and ethnic concentrations balanced and legal. And so that was the option B. So again, areas 1, 2, and 3 are identical between the 2 maps, and areas 4 and 5 just make 1 small change. And so we'll quickly kind of go through this criteria data. There's no brand new data, there are just 2 new maps showing the same data, and for the neighborhoods analysis, a new neighborhood that we've included. So again, total population by race and ethnicity, lots of numbers, but again, on your blue, green, and purple, this has not changed, but showing both for total population and for the population of voting age, and comparing it with, in the white at the top, what the averages are across the entire school district, and seeing that with particular focus on the Hispanic or Latino population, the ability of some trustee areas to concentrate that population and therefore the strength of that vote to some extent. And then that same information shown for the orange maps, which again, all the numbers for areas 1, 2, and 3 will be the same between both orange maps. You should just see some small differences between areas 4 and 5. And again, seeing very comparable splits of the population. And then the socioeconomic and tenure data, again, we're showing you the median income based on the most recent American Community Survey from 2019. the percent of the students living there, participating officially in the free and reduced lunch program, and then again, based on that American Community Survey data, the percent of owners and renters. The neighborhoods, we've now added Cal Park to the map per feedback received through the district website. As it turns out, Cal Park is entirely within a single trustee area in all 5 of the map options. And then for the orange maps, seeing for the first time, also applying the neighborhood criterion and keeping all neighborhoods within a single trustee area in that one as well. And then again, that student analysis that we've looked at or that we've referenced a couple of times tonight, but what you're seeing on each column, just for those as a refresher, is the percent of the students at the elementary level, the junior high level, or the high school level who are attending which school. So every column within each type of school adds up to 100. And then you can just see that there's no zeros anywhere in there. And the same holds true when we get to Orange A and Orange B. And then information that was requested kind of independent of the trustee areas, but just looking at FRPM by school. And then finally, the point of the registered voter analysis, looking at the number of registered voters per Butte County elections in 2020 versus that 2020 census data with the population of voting age, to see how much of a difference there is between those two totals. So that brings us to the next steps. As we said at the beginning, tonight's meeting is really about presenting this information, answering questions, hearing additional input. The next meeting is when the board has an opportunity to select any map that has been published to that point for at least 7 days. But if the board is not wanting to make that decision in February 2nd, then we can come back again on the 16th of February, at which point it would be ideal to have the process to meet timelines to get this onto the 2022 election, because there are a number of other layers of the state and county that Mr. Gant can speak to as as needed, but that is where we are. So I will conclude my presentation and am here for additional questions.
Very briefly, can you comment on the medium income breakdown on the 2 orange maps as compared to the other 3 existing maps?
Is it possible to pull that up again? Apologies for the...
This is on slide 23.
Okay, let's just get there as quickly as we can. Oopsie.
There it was.
A few too many clicks. There we go. And so yes, you do see, it was probably even more so than the blue map, which had previously had the area with the highest just median income. You do have, just with Area 5, all the areas that it covers does wind up with the highest in Area 5. Again, it's slightly lower with the tweak that was made in Orange B, but under both orange maps, yes, you do have a very high median household income in Trustee Area 5.
So just for the listening audience, I mean, I'll read off. On Orange A, the median income is $98,000 a year, and in Area 2, Trustee Area 2, the median income is $46,000 a year. So that's, just a little more than half. I just wanted to point that out for people.
Yes, no, you're absolutely correct in all those numbers. Okay, I'm going to be available if any more questions come up, but I think we do have some public who are speaking on this as well.
Yes, we do. So unless there's a very specific question that somebody wants to ask, I would like to move to the public who had registered. So the first person I had is under the classification of a parent, Paula N. Warren. Pardon? Oh, gavel, okay, so we're going to the, I'm sorry, thank you. Public hearing, yes. And so just to remind you, it's 3 minutes, and you'll hear a little bell when you have 30 seconds left. Okay?
Okay, perfect. My name is Paula Warren, and I am a local parent.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
Paula Warren, and I'm a local parent. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'll add that this is pretty new to me, and I don't know anything about politics, so I'm speaking based on just reviewing the data as I saw tonight. And as a parent, I would oppose the 2 orange maps. I like the idea that the first 3 maps were more about the district and our community at large, and looked at it that way. And there are some areas in the orange maps under socioeconomic and tenure data where they are disproportionate among the areas. While legally they likely meet the compact and continuous, like our attorney said here, it also says as possible. I don't believe those are the most compact and continuous when viewing it that way. Also, they were not in front of the public for input. So just understanding now we have 2 weeks to review that and how to get our input, that would be a question after I'm done. And then I understand that this adds complexity with an election and cost, but I doubt that what we're doing here tonight doesn't cost the district an enormous amount of money as well. And if we're gonna do this once expensively, let's do it right for future generations and not so much on the board at large now and where they live, because they could move as well as students and parents also move. So looking at this as more of a future generation as well, if we're gonna make this move once, it's probably best to do it for future generations, not just what we're doing today. And I believe those were all my comments for tonight.
I just want to clarify that whenever the census is done, there is a reassessment.
Okay, so every 10 years?
Every 10 years, yes.
If the reassessment comes back and it's balanced, nothing is done, correct? You can just move forward, though? Or do you always
The
have to-
population areas have to be relatively equal.
Yes, but if the census aligns with what we have currently, then we wouldn't have to make changes, is that correct?
There would always be some tweaks.
Okay, but minimal, okay, thank you.
Ma'am, I would like to comment, the reason why this is so huge is that we were at large elections after the last census. This is an all, a new process, and so there's a considerable amount of things to consider, and I'm thrilled that there has been as much comment as there has. Apparently, the fact that there were things created after the last meeting, public did notice and have responded, and that was the whole purpose of having all of these informational meetings, was to make sure that we were hearing from the public. And hi, public, and I'm glad you're here.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson, I appreciate that.
All right, our next speaker is Gina Bax.
Good evening, thank you for having me here. I would like to thank, first of all, the King Consulting firm, because I did give them a call. I have a couple of questions, and they kindly called me back, and they answered all my questions. I also want to make a comment that was not on my speech. For the school district attorney, you kept saying community input, public input for desired maps. I'm the co-chair for Chico parents. We have a group of almost 1,000 parents in that group. I know it's not that big compared to other cities, but we stay in touch with other parents, and we're very active. And I never heard anything about wanting another map. I think we were all, not happy, but at least we decided that 3 maps were good enough. So I don't know where the community input or public input for desired maps came from, but anyway. So I'm also very concerned about the unnecessary, private, and very last-minute addition of these two orange maps. I'm an immigrant, I'm a Latina, I'm a minority, and I don't think these orange maps will work or benefit my community. It definitely looks like they were drawn to accommodate certain members of the board, and given the fact most of this board leans towards one side, I'm definitely concerned that these two maps were created to support certain board members who could support unnecessary mandates while ignoring parents and the right of our kids to have a quality in-person education. And it also minimizing the possibility of change in the upcoming elections. In addition, these two orange maps disregard all the demographic work that has been performed thus far in the creation of the original maps, the blue, the green, the purple, and they also show size discrepancy in terms of geography. Neighborhoods and elementary school districts should be kept together. Maps are supposed to be representing us equally. There's no need to add more maps when no one have ever complained about these two original choices. So I'm here today to ask you to remove these two last-minute options, the maps A and B, orange maps, and keep the originals ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so next I have Julie Treat.
Okay, oh my gosh, I don't even know where to begin. I decided this year that because we had all this redistricting going on at the county and then with you all and then the city of Chico, I was going to be involved with all of them from the get-go. And I'm part of the One Chico Facebook group, and so I kind of was representing that group and getting a lot of the communications out. So I learned a lot with the county, very interesting process. And then, so coming here, the one thing that I really appreciated was it was like a consistent process. For 5 months, we were going through, getting additional information, expanding the renters versus the homeowners. And then every time I could look at where, I lived and adjust things, and I added the Cal Park, so I appreciate that. And then the question about the elementary schools. So for me, I was really focused on the philosophy. I don't know you all, and I was really focused on it's a democratic process for 10 years. I don't care where you live, but here's where we are. So the philosophies I thought were really sound. Do you want to have one high school per trustee? I thought that was wonderful. And even though we have a lot of, and I do appreciate you guys have the intra-districting, you're not so hard like I was in my high school. But at least I knew that I could call one of you, just like my city council member Reynolds or my county supervisor Ritter, and go, here's my deal, here's my issue, I need you to help me fix it. And I know that you live in my area and you know and you appreciate what that issue is. And I love that kids are coming and going, but for me it's you live in my area and you appreciate the schools that are there. Because I do expect all of you to represent all of Chico. Do we know the percentage of kids that are outside, like the city limits? So I was surprised to see such a full district map. How many live like outside the city limits? Are there a lot that are coming in from Forest Ranch or Durham or wherever? Okay, because that'd be interesting to know. Because like right now, I think the orange map has me in the foothills, I think we're calling it. So I'm not the foothills, but that's okay. Fair map stack, so I learned all about that. So I guess for me, this, why wasn't any of this, I did not see one public comment at all. I looked at them every single time. I was putting them in every single time. So I don't know if there were phone calls that were coming in that we don't have logged as a public comment, but there was not one single comment. And in fact, the comments that I saw yesterday, they're like, this is a huge problem. These types of actions, the board are being noticed. The people are tired of these ridiculous political games. So I just think you need to look at those comments, because again, I didn't see one single one about where y'all live or the, am I done? Oh, 30 seconds. So organic, I didn't even know this election sequencing. I didn't understand any of that at all. I think if you just take the orange maps, put your guys' names up there, tell me when you're gonna be elected, when you can run, and then that just makes it a lot easier. And if the public can't trust you on this process, there's no way they're gonna trust you when it comes to vaccine mandates, and they're gonna be like, oh, you say we get personal exemptions? Sure, you're gonna turn this around, you're gonna have some little language, and they're not gonna be able to trust you on that. So I think you better think about that with the election time. So thank you.
Carl Oshner, I'm sorry, Carl.
Delighted to be here. Good evening, and thank you very much, board members and wonderful staff, and thank you for putting up with my frequent messages and occasional magazine subscriptions. I'm going to speak on item 911. I'm a parent, grandparent. One of my 3 daughters graduated from Chico High School in 2013. She's now, ironically, an 8th grade history teacher in Watsonville. My granddaughter graduated from Pleasant Valley High School in 2018. And so I'm also the guy that goes around and restocks the little libraries as a community project. Our service club built those. Like some other folks here, I want to encourage you to look, 2 decades down the road. We're changing something here. We're putting something in place that's going to benefit kids. Your seats are going to be occupied by people that we haven't even met yet somewhere down there. So, and incidentally, I have an acre behind my house. If any of you have a double wide and you need to quickly relocate for purposes of, get a hold of me. Yeah, look 2 decades into the future. I may be a little naive, but I have a vision of this new system allowing parents, neighbors, people that are clustered around 1 or more elementary schools being close in geographic proximity so that they can actually meet and start to generate board members that actually come up from the communities themselves, that aren't necessarily all educational professionals. I would never be a board member because I receive a check from the state teachers retirement system and would consider that a conflict of interest. I'd like to see people coming into the board that are kind of coming up from the groundswell, and their board members being able to go out and meet with them as cohesive groups in cohesive areas. And I'm sure none of you plans on still being at this board, sitting in your chairs 25 or 30 years from now. So kind of remove yourselves from the here and now, and let's not create a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Again, look to the day when the board has retired, and remember that you are not accountable to the staff, and you're not accountable to yourselves. You are accountable to the children, the parents, and the taxpayers. You are the governing board. And these folks are your subordinates, and your supervisors are out here in the audience. Thank you very much.
Okay. And so the last I have is Brent McGuire. Brent McGuire. Okay, so, all right, so that's the end of the speakers list on that one. So this is not it's an action item in terms of what? Because it's listed as an action item. Yes.
Thank you, President Kaiser. I believe that actions that we can take tonight are, we can decide to eliminate a map or 2. We can decide to narrow the options. We can ask for more information that we may feel is missing, like someone just asked the question of how many students are within the city of Chico. And that's, that's not a concern of ours because we are much larger than the city of Chico, but nevertheless, it was a question that we haven't thought about and asked before. So the actions we can take tonight are quite varied. If we feel we don't have, enough information to move forward with the things that are put in front of us. We also, I believe, need to keep in mind the date schedule so that we have the ability to make a decision before the cutoff date where the county says, if you don't get this information to us before X, we're probably not going to be able to get it on for the November ballot.
We have two dates, February 2nd and
Yes.
February 16th.
Yes.
I just want to give a little bit of input on that because it did come up that we are, I want to just advocate for the elections office. They are handling an awful large load. Normally, if it were a slow year, they want to have all their data maps and all their information needs to be in by June. My understanding is they'd like it sooner. I also know that the County Board of Education that serves as the school district, the Committee on School District Reorganization, which has to first approve and sort of pass this on in form of a resolution, has indicated a preference to receive it in March.
Okay.
And to receive it in March, that means that we would want to send up your decision in February in time to make their March agenda. That's not a bright line rule, but it's, I was hearing, because I've spoken a couple times with the attorney that represents the County Committee on School District Organization, and it's a strong request. They want to have adequate time and do a due diligence. So that was the strong concern.
I also want to address some of the stipulations that people, quote unquote, didn't see these. There is a 2-week period here for public comments to come in on any of these maps. This is just, it is a second hearing in terms of the three options that we already have presented, and it would be the first hearing on the orange maps. So there certainly is time for public comment. And other, I think in reference to other questions, people may phone in comments and that's not recorded. So we do have people who make phone, just as you indicated, you called them and they answered your questions. We do have people who do call in and present questions or ideas, so that does happen as well. Well, is there a motion to take a particular action? Okay, Caitlin?
I would move to eliminate the blue and orange B maps.
The blue
So
and the orange?
We do need to close the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. All right, closing the public hearing. And so you want to introduce a motion to eliminate the blue and both orange?
Just the orange B, blue and orange B maps.
Oh, orange B, okay. Is there a second for that?
I'm going to second this just because I'm really curious about what your rationale is, and we can't discuss it until the motion's on the floor.
Okay.
So that's not an indication of support. I'm just super curious about where you're going.
Okay.
Sure. So the reason I want to eliminate the blue map specifically as my top priority is sticking strictly with the top priority criteria of this entire process, which is making sure that we are elevating the Hispanic vote. And the blue option map is of all 5 maps, is the lowest map in regard to concentrating the Hispanic vote into a specific district. And so just for the purpose of narrowing some of our options down for our next discussion and obtaining meaningful public comment on, maybe just 3 maps moving forward, that's my rationale behind wanting to eliminate the blue map, because it is not hitting our top priority as well as the other 4 options are. The reason I want to eliminate the orange B map is because I feel like having both options on the floor is unnecessary, but I also would like to allow the opportunity for the public to provide 2 weeks' worth of public comment on an orange option map and not take that option away from the community at this point. So that's my rationale behind moving those 2 maps forward to eliminate.
All right. Any other comments? Mr. Dennis?
I think it's crazy to eliminate the blue map since we've had more public comments in favor of the blue map than any other map. Yeah, I mean, I have seen people from a very wide variety of people who I know intimately, who have a very broad swath ideologically, who have commented in favor of the blue map. I think it's totally nuts to eliminate the blue map.
Could you maybe elaborate on the reasoning behind the support that you've heard for the blue map? I'm curious to know what the specific criteria that folks are using to evaluate the blue map as being the favorable map to move forward.
My neighbor, Evelani Washington, is one of the people who I have in mind, and I don't recall the details of her email at the time. I'm very surprised by your suggestion. No,
sorry, the open is closed.
So I'm very surprised by this suggestion. So one reason I like the blue map is that the Parkview School District is preserved, as was previously noted by our consultant. And that is actually my kid's school district, so that's one reason I like the blue map. But no, there have been other reasons cited. I think that all the reasons I would say that are listed in our demographer's breakdown of arguments, just right out of the chute. It was designed to create 2 trustee areas in PV boundary and 3 in Chico High. The range of Hispanic and Latino population is 14.2 to 21.8. All areas are within the required population range. Most overall balanced option by median household income. There you go. That's a good reason. And all identified neighborhoods are contained within a single trustee area. So I guess those are some just really quick off-the-cuff reasons why I think we should keep the blue map in the conversation for now.
All right, Eileen?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'd like to suggest that you agree to separate your motion, because there's 2 totally different issues involved with why eliminate blue versus why keep in one of the oranges. And so that's what I'd like to speak to. And the blue map was a problem with some of the criteria in the, where were we? The Little Chico Creek and Parkview areas. Parkview does stay all in one spot in blue, if I'm reading it correctly. And the biggest concern for me is that if we do blue, there's no way to guarantee that that a representative for each of the areas will be elected. And we'd have the same problem that we had with the city council, where a whole segment of the population didn't have a representative in their district because of the sequencing of the election. And that bothers me tremendously.
Are you suggesting an amendment to split?
Yes. That the actions take blue out?
I would be I would accept an amendment to consider each motion separately, yes.
Oh, all right.
That's my suggestion.
So is the amendment acceptable then to you, and is it acceptable to the board? Okay, so that's, agree. Okay, so we'll just do it one at a time. And so the first motion then is to eliminate the blue.
Should we make sure that there's no more discussion? I just don't know if anybody else has anything else to say or add to the discussion.
Well, I was going to separate it so we could talk about just one at a time.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay, so the agreement is to separate this, and so the motion in front of us for discussion is to keep or eliminate the blue map. Yes.
Look at the blue map. Sorry. The blue map does it not separate the foothill communities? That was one of the things we were talking about, right? Doesn't it put Cohasset in one and Forest Ranch in another? So, and that was one of the pieces of feedback we got. I also heard a lot of conversation about Parkview being all in one, and I'm generally in favor of elementary schools being inside of a district, but as you were saying, there's a lot of back and forth, and I believe Parkview is one of the higher ones because of the STEM program there, right? You guys, staff, do you know, does Parkview have a higher than average amount of students who Form 10 in?
That would be in our demographic study, and I can get the answer to that. I do not have it, but yes, we do have a lot of people that want to Form 10 or transfer into Park.
So I'm just not sure there's a huge correlation between, I mean, there's some correlation for sure, but I don't know how big it is between people who live there, people who actually go to that school.
Point of
Yes.
clarification. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that question not answered? I apologize. I interrupted. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I think I'm done.
Okay. Can I please have rock-solid confirmation that Cohasset and Forest Ranch are not in the same trustee area in the blue map? I'm looking at the map right now, and it doesn't go out that far.
Oh, and yes, just because that's where the high school boundary runs is between those two communities. And so since the blue map follows the high school boundary, it does split the two into different trustee areas.
And incidentally, I'd love to see that email where somebody says it's really important to them that Cohasset and Forest Ranch be together.
Jamie?
Just really quick, I wanted to respond to the question. There was a question about the Parkview Elementary School and how many students transfer out and how many in.
Yes.
So I had it right in front of me. 54.7% of the students, of the enrollment transferred in last year, and 37.3% of the students picked another school.
So more than half of the students at Parkview don't live in the Parkview
Correct.
geographic boundary. Thank you.
All right, are there any other comments around the motion to eliminate the blue option?
Well, I'm in support of eliminating it, and I do believe that Cohasset, Foothill, and Forest Ranch areas should be in the same trustee area. And it looks as though that blue separates according to the secondary boundaries.
According to our demographers? Okay. Okay, is there any other points to be made around this? All right.
I will make one point. We're eliminating the blue map based on the fact that ostensibly there's an email somewhere where somebody said they wanted the mountain communities, that would be Forest Ranch and Cohasset, to be in the same trustee area. I'm looking forward to seeing this email, but I'm looking at 25 or 30 emails that have come in over the last 2 days that say they basically hate the orange map. And
We're not
so,
talking about that right now.
I understand
We're
that.
talking about blue.
But you're also ignoring a bunch of comments, and I haven't taken a tally because, again, you caught me off guard with this eliminating the blue map. People who like the blue map. And so we're making all these changes because one person said, ostensibly, that they want Cohasset and Forest Ranch in the same area, but we're throwing all these other people under the bus who said that they like the blue map.
Madam President.
Yes.
Just as a point of clarification, if you go to the Chico Unified website and click on the link about trustee area elections, there's a section at the very bottom that has it says view public input received, and one of the emails there is the email in question. It does exist. The imputation that it doesn't is a little strange.
I haven't seen it. I just said I want to see it. Can you do me a favor and read the email, please?
Okay. Let me see. Okay. I believe it was, I was looking at them a while ago. I don't have it right in front of me. Give me a second here. I think it was sent on 1/7, I want to say. There it is. Let's see. Sent January 6, 2022. It says, I like this map. I don't know which one they're referring to, because it is the only one that keeps the mountain communities of interest together. If we learned anything from the Board of Supervisors, it's that the two mountain communities want to stay in a single district. Keep us together. We have similar needs for transportation and unique challenges that make us different from other Chico neighborhoods, or from Chico neighborhoods. Sorry.
And Eileen?
Thank you, Madam President. My decision, vote, is based on my judgment of the things that have been presented. I take responsibility for my decisions, even though I do listen to input. When I asked to eliminate the blue map, it was because, in my judgment, there are too many things that don't make it appealing, including separating Forest Ranch and Cohasset. And that's it.
All right, so if there are no other comments on this motion, the motion is to
I'd like to
eliminate.
make one more comment if you don't mind.
all
I'm
right.
sorry, I apologize. I just want to reiterate that our goals in this process are to create districts that are, that concentrate traditionally underrepresented groups, and secondarily, to keep community of interest with common interests together. And one of the things that bugs me about the blue map is it does neither of those things. So I think it's, I don't think there's any political game or, worry about election in this case. It's just the map doesn't meet the goals we set.
But it does keep the neighborhoods together.
Except for the ones that don't.
Which are those?
Forest Branch and Cohasset.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion, a second, to eliminate the blue map. Given the amount of discussion, I think we should have a voice vote. I mean, by name, excuse me. All right, so all those in favor of eliminating the blue map?
Robinson, aye.
Lando, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Dalby, aye.
Tennis, nay.
Okay, so that passes. So the second motion is to eliminate the orange B option. So any discussion, comments on that?
I've got a question. Will this vote here be analogous to accepting Orange A? Will this also, be an acceptance of Orange A, eliminating Orange B?
That was not
No.
brought
No.
up in
So
the
we'll-
motion.
somebody will have to specifically, we'll be talking about that, presumably. All right.
Comments on the motion to eliminate orange B?
Madam President?
Yes?
I think I need to have some more information from the demographers. The Orange A keeps that little arm of there's a Marigold Loma Vista in 5, and B takes a little bit more of 4 out and adds it to 5. In my analysis of where it's talking about 1,000 students in that one little area.
So one clarification. It's a little bit more. It's hard to see just because the shapes of the schools are kind of blocking it. But I'm just going to come point on the big screen here.
Yes.
If you look at this area, and then you can see this little bit and what's behind the schools. Okay. So this is the original orange map with all of that in area 4, and then in area 5, it's all of this area that includes PV High, Marigold, and Loma Vista that are switching to address the concern that there was a trustee area that only contained one physical school site location, which is in Orange A. Shasta Elementary is the only school that is physically located within trustee area 5.
I just wanted to point out one of the reasons that between the two maps, I thought that Orange B was just a little more imbalanced as far as the division of the population. So trustee area 5 in this case, in Orange B, has 24,918 people currently in it. And the lowest area of population size is area 3 that has 23,000. So it's really close to a $2,000, I was gonna say dollars. I think we need a break. Close to a 2,000 person difference in population size, whereas the Orange A map spread is a little bit more balanced as far as just the population distribution goes. So that was kind of one of my bigger reasons of going with Orange B, in case anybody wanted other context of why I went that direction.
Are there discussion or questions?
It's, what slide is the total population by race, ethnicity contained on? I'm looking for it, and
It is number 22 is what's up on the screen.
Far enough. And that population shift from 4 to 5,
Correct, it is about 1,000 total population. But
Okay.
yeah, just to clarify, I think when you first were stating that, you said the word students, and so just to clarify, we are looking at just total population there, but 1,000 people in those areas that were highlighted cut to the north of PV, and then right immediately around PV, Marigold, and Loma Vista.
the next column, or columns, are those student percentages where the first one is population?
Yeah, they're all, everything under so you have the header that says total population, and so you have the
Oh,
the
I'm
absolute
sorry.
count, and then
Yeah.
of those, for example, in trustee area 5 on Orange B, of those 24,918 people, 14.7 of them, 14.7% of them identified as Hispanic or Latino in the census, 72.5% as non-Hispanic white, and then et cetera through the rest. And then you have a separate tally for just the voting age population. So again, which as we've seen doesn't necessarily mean people registered to vote, but just people who are 18 years of age. Which leads to just demographically, there will be some slightly or sometimes more noticeable differences in those percentages by ethnicity when you're only looking at the 18 plus population as opposed to everybody.
I'm going to oppose eliminating Orange B, because I think there are so many similarities that once we get to narrowing options, the green and purple, we may want to have Orange A and B still on the table so that we can take a look at the small differences between A and B. So I'm going to oppose eliminating B, Orange B, until we get further along with analyzing criteria for green and purple.
All right, any other comments?
Actually, yeah, if you don't mind. Question for the demographers. Do we have any idea how many, so I'm really familiar with, okay.
Oh, sorry.
You're prettier than I am, and that's okay.
No, yeah, that's all right. The masks threw me off there. Your voices aren't even that similar, but that's I think we're.
Well, Mr. King. So, next show at 11. All right. My concern is about Marigold and Pleasant Valley. This is where I grew up. Those schools. And they both are, as opposed to Parkview, really kind of neighborhood school. Well, not PV, but Marigold is definitely a neighborhood school. Is there any way of extending that block of, if we take Orange B, is there a reasonable way to extend 5 south of Marigold a little bit to capture more of the people who actually attend that school as well?
So it would involve a kind of yes and no, and then, I mean, looking at, but it wouldn't just be a straight extension, it would have to be some kind of trade-off, because as was pointed out with Orange B, the population range is already about at the most extreme that it can be.
Yeah.
And so if you add any more population into Trustee Area 5, it has to give up some somewhere else to maintain that legal requirement. So again, so it's not a hard yes or no, but it's a if we do that, there has to be some kind of countermeasure to keep everything in conjunction that needs to be.
You could almost do the opposite of that and extend the blue area out. Oh my gosh, it's so small on my screen. Trustee Area 4 on like Orange A out to that road. Yeah, thank you, Eaton. I can't read the tiny letters. And then, you know, displace that somewhere else for the District Area 5. That would capture a little bit more of the neighborhood that's directly adjacent to Marigold, is what you're saying, basically. So you'd actually take away from District 5 along that Eaton Road.
So it's filling in that loop of Eaton to be all 4, and then as needed, and I would probably start looking at that kind of along the northern part of 4 if there needed to be a counter, because I would have to, off the top of my head, I can't tell you how many people live in that area, but it potentially, if it's enough to lead to unbalance, if we explored this as another variation, then it would come back with showing that map that perhaps aligns that area around PV and Marigold, but then that would still, as with Orange A, still lead to Trustee Area 5 having just Shasta Elementary within the trustee area, which was the original concern. However, that said, if that is the direction, I'm happy to come back and provide that map if it's feasible.
Yeah, and actually, now that you mentioned that point, I think that it's important just to say it out loud for the public that, you know, when we're saying, oh, there's only one school in, you know, Trustee Area 5, that's the physical brick and mortar location. But of course, as we've seen with all of the maps and overlap, there's literally students from in every district going to every school. So the brick and mortar is one thing. I don't think that should necessarily take a huge precedent over our concerns necessarily. But I mean, I could understand it as being a concern. But anyway, I just wanted to address that because we actually haven't said that out loud tonight. But that was part of the, I think, conversations behind making some adjustments between the 2 orange maps. So anyway, sorry, thank you for letting me say that.
All right, any other comments on this motion? Yes?
Just briefly, I'll say that I think that both Orange A and Orange B are just blatant examples of gerrymandering on the part of the board majority. And so I'm happy to oppose both Orange A and Orange B. So if there's discussion of eliminating one of those 2, I'm all in favor of it.
Eileen?
Thank you, Madam President. Board Member Tennis, can you give me any kind of example of why you consider this not following all of the other criteria that we've been dealing with over the months for how to set up these, I mean, I hear the term, I don't see the evidence.
Well, the top criteria on the map, as evidenced by the legend of the map, which was on the initial draft, simply assigns 5 districts according to incumbents. And so it's perfectly apparent that the board is taking steps to ensure their own safety in future elections.
I would put another possibility out there, is that I'm trying to make sure that the lack of having a trustee, whatever trustee it is, in each thing, it doesn't create a situation where the people are not able to vote for one trustee. because of the conflicts with the voting sequencing. And so I see it as a more positive representative of constituency freedom by allowing for the sequencing to provide the opportunity for the public to elect one trustee for each area as the sequence comes up. And at this point, nobody has declared for office. I certainly haven't. I have until August of next year to decide whether or not I, want to run for reelection. And that's going to be based on what's happening with the state budget, a number of things. It's not going to be based on anything political. It's going to be based on what the school district is facing. And so I'm a bit miffed, I guess, at being accused of something nefarious when I don't believe that's at all the intent by any board member.
I mean, we're making up, frankly, this concern. We have, audible voices in this room generated a narrative that there's people out there concerned about not having their own representative in their district for a 2-year period, okay? I've never read a single, actually, I think there was one pro-gerrymandering email that came in today. All the other of the 25 or so or more emails that came in today were strongly against both the orange maps, okay? I mean, any intelligent person, which all of you are, can sit and make up a narrative about why we should do this, why we should sink the blue map, which is the most reasonable map, and come up with these maps that feather our own nest.
You keep using the term gerrymandering, but clearly our legal counsel has explained to us legally what gerrymandering means, and that is no way what's happening here. And I would also just argue that the orange maps in no way protect any of us, because what it does is gives the decision to the voters, period. Just as evidenced from the last election where both of us usurped incumbents, it is still just as likely as any of these 3 board members could also be voted out by the community. But the other 3 maps take that choice away from voters. The voters don't even have the opportunity to vote out the current incumbents with some of the other maps, whereas the orange map gives the voters the opportunity to state whether they're in support of the standing board members or not. It actually puts the choice into the voters' hands and not based off of a map that we choose.
What you basically just said was that we need to protect incumbents at all costs. That's what you just said.
That is not a protection for incumbents at all. It is just a continuation of how we've always operated, which is leave the decision of re-electing an incumbent to the voice of the voters, period.
But you don't want to do that if no one up here at this dais is in that district. You don't want to create a level playing field. You want to put an incumbent in there so that whenever that person runs for re-election, whether it's in 2022 or 2024, they get to write incumbent next to their name.
And you know what? You and I ran against those kinds of people, and we blew them out of the water. So I don't understand how it's giving them an advantage when clearly there are people out there that could come in. Your name's Gina, right? You have been on fire this entire time, and you could totally come in and blow one of these these incumbents out of the water because you're so popular. Like, that is not something that is the orange map does not eliminate that possibility.
I think we are having our conversation reduced in quality to more of a personal conflict. The motion we had was to eliminate the orange B map. That was the motion that was presented and seconded. So that's what's in front of us. Is there anyone else who has an observation about the orange B map that they think needs to be introduced that hasn't been introduced yet? All right, so with that, I would say we move to voting. And again, vote yes or no. So those, if you are in favor of eliminating the orange B map, please say yes. Okay, yeah, roll call, I'm looking.
I am not in favor, so my
Okay.
vote would be no.
Okay. Tom?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay, sorry.
I'm not going to end up voting for the orange map. I don't think in the end, I don't, but also, it just doesn't matter to me. It's more choice, but I don't think I'm going to go with it in the end. I guess I say yay, aye, I guess.
Okay, I'm a no.
With Ms. Robinson's arguments, I'm actually going to vote no.
Are you sure it wasn't my arguments that make you want to vote no? I will vote aye in favor of eliminating that particular orange map.
Okay, so the motion fails, 3-2. All right, with that then, I think we're done with this public hearing and action. And we're going to move to, yes.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Erica Smith to address that. She is our coordinator for community relations.
Members of the public can submit their comments in writing via email to all of the board. Your name will be a part of the agenda packet if you email publiccomment@chicousd.org. There is also a comment form on the Chico USD website. You can search CVRA, or you can pull it down from the drop-down on the very front homepage. There's a big orange button. You can submit your comments that way. If you do not want your comments a part of the agenda packet, you can also email each member of the board individually. If their emails are available on the website, each board member has a district email, and you can also mail your comments. There are items available in the back. There are independent maps that you can choose to draw your own maps and submit that for review. And those are available on the back table and can also be downloaded from our website. And you can mail them to Chico Unified School District, and the mailing address is listed on that CVRA portion of the website, which is available with the orange button from the homepage.
Did you want to add a comment,
I was just asking, seeing if maybe staff could actually put the CUSD website up here for a second so we can see what you're talking about. I'm not sure who's in charge of the, gotcha.
You're also welcome to call the superintendent's office and talk to Erica, and she has taken in lots of questions, answered lots of questions. So you can email, you can call, you can do the written format, and then there is the online portion here that has the California voters' right on our website.
All right, Eileen, related to this?
Related to our next meeting and this topic?
No, related to the question of how do people
No.
make comments?
No.
All right.
So there's an orange button right there in the middle. If you click on that and then scroll to the very bottom, there's a box where you can just, all the way down, keep on going. All the evidence, all the emails that have been referenced as public input are also there. And at the very bottom, there's this box where you can type in whatever comment you want, and we will all get that. Of course.
Okay, so we are now moving to educational services, informational update on COVID. All right,
Point of order.
yes?
I know you moved us on, but were there any other, I would like to back up a little bit and see if there were any other motions related to.
Oh,
Dr. Kaiser, it's not a motion. I believe, and this is what I'm trying to clarify, asked for information about how many students are within Chico Unified versus the city of Chico. I just wanted to make sure that we wanted to have somebody do that work before they went charging off to do that. And Is there anything else that we want our support demographers to bring forward to the next meeting?
Did we ask directly about making adjustments to one of the orange maps? Okay.
Anything else? Okay, well, with your permission, I'm going to excuse Paul and Jamie and Rob because they have to drive home and it's been a long night. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your help today.
Restroom break.
I want to thank the board for your questions and your diligence in this area and the focus on it. I think it says a lot for you, and I would just say that everything I'm hearing is completely in alignment with how this process is supposed to work. So I appreciate that.
All right.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Drive safe. Okay, so informational update on COVID. Jay Marchant. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, actually, point of privilege.
Oh,
Can I, well, I guess that's motion, really. Whatever. Do you mind if we take a break for 5 minutes?
okay. Not usually the guy who asked that question, but okay. 10-minute break. we're back in session. So we have before us the update on COVID.
This is just an informational item to bring to the board to let you know the changes before we went on winter break and after winter break, just to give you a quick snapshot on how things have changed and just to give you a quick update. The three things I'm going to try to cover tonight is staff, students, co, and extracurricular activities. Those are the three things, and if there's any other questions, I have Michelle Bunch, who's our COVID coordinator, and Tina and John here to help support, and the rest of my director team. Okay, so what this first one is certificate staff absences. So on the right, you can see where we were for a 4-day snapshot before we went on winter break. We had 42 absences. They were all filled to 40, to 42, and 43 on those 4 days, and all of them were filled. If you go to the left, it's a 4-day snapshot of our teacher absences for January 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. We went from 54 absences and 4 of them unfilled, which Jim and I can kind of go over what that means. And then we had, on January 11th, we had our highest, which was 70 absences and 11 unfilled. And January 12th, 62 absences, 4 unfilled, and 68 with 5 unfilled. So when you get into the lower numbers of unfilled, that you're usually taken care of by teachers that are on prep. We use them on prep, or we'll pull a counselor or a reading intervention specialist, somebody or one of our administrators to go into that classroom. That's what means we didn't have enough subs. That means somebody on the campus went in that had a credential to go in and fill in those spots. On today's, I think yesterday's number that I got, we had 57 teachers absent yesterday, and we had only 3 of them. 3 of them that were not filled.
Okay.
So that was just doing that.
Yeah, so I'd just like to say that the increase in the sub-pay has helped greatly because other districts are struggling to get substitute teachers. So we're in pretty good shape.
Next one is confirmed positive staff cases. Again, you can see on the right, the last 4 days before we went on winter break, we had 1 staff, 0 staff, 0 staff before we went on winter break. When we came back, the first day back at 13, January 11, 20, January 12, 18, and then January 13, we had 14 staff that were positive cases. So again, we've seen an uptick, and we've seen that all in the whole state and the country when it comes to that. Confirmed positive student cases. This is where you're going to see a pretty good increase. We had a really, again, that week before we went on winter break, we were all telling what a great job Michelle was doing and keeping our kids from not getting COVID. So we had 2 student cases on the 13th, 0, then 2, then 0. So that last 4 days before break, we had only 4 student cases. On January 10th, we had 75 on its own. January 11th, we had 103 student cases that tested positive. January 12th, 81. January 13th, 78. These are more cases each time. Yeah.
I'm just genuinely curious, like, to what extent does this correlate with the amount of tests that we were giving? You know, like, because
So
we know how many.
the first time when they came back, they came and reported that they were positive without the tests that we were giving. These are families and students and staff members that came without coming right off a break saying that they tested positive.
Now, we were running about 20% positive, which is high the second week, and now it's leveling out a little bit.
So, when was that?
As I'm talking to the testers, I can pull the number of tests, and we have a lot of retesting, so it's hard to get a really firm number, but about 20% in the past week, 1 in 5 tests were coming up positive at our district office site, which is our symptomatic testing site. So we're having a higher percentage at the district office testing site because that's where people can come for symptomatic testing.
How long has that site been there?
We opened it actually right after Christmas break because we saw a need and it wasn't being filled in the community. There was nowhere to go to get symptomatic testing done and a rapid test. So we decided to make that move.
So my question is, how many, and I'm not trying to be controversial here in any way, I'm just genuinely curious, like, were we given like the same number of tests for this, back in December?
We've definitely increased in testing.
So the increase, the surge in positive cases might have a lot to do with how many tests we're giving.
People
I
are
mean,
coming
if you
in-
didn't do a lot of tests, you wouldn't have a lot of positive cases.
But also, it's a
just
percentage,
saying.
but also it's a percentage. So you can give, you can give 10 tests and 2 out of 10 would still be 20%. When you can give 100 tests and 20 of them test positive, it's still 20%.
Because
So,
we would average, 300 tests to 400 tests a week before, on our regular cycle. And now we're well into the 600, 700, 800 tests a week range.
Yeah, that first day we came back, we had a line wrapped around the fence, probably, I would say, over 100 people waiting to test in the morning, that first day back. So it was, they came in to ask to be tested because they felt that they were possibly positive.
But let's not lose sight of the fact that even if this is because of increased testing, we're catching students who have COVID and keeping them away, quarantining them, so no, it doesn't spread. That's a good thing about how you slice it.
yeah.
Yes.
To Matt's point, if we did see the numbers divided out between asymptomatic testing, where we're just, doing regular testing like we were before, and then the symptomatic testing, we probably would see a different percentage to compare to Christmas break numbers, if that was something that we would be interested in.
Well, according to the county data that got posted, yesterday was 1,160
And yes,
positive.
They do that on confirmed.
Confirmed, yes.
Confirmed tests that are sent to the Valencia lab and other,
Oh.
the PCR tests. We're using rapids, because the PCRs are taking over a week.
Oh,
So, you're almost out of quarantine before you're getting any results.
all right.
So, on some successes on co and extracurricular activities, band and choir performance, vaccinated and tested were happening. Currently offering all sports with all teams. On track to complete league seasons and qualify for section playoffs in all varsity sports. Have testing protocols in place, weekly testing, tournament testing. One of the examples I want to tell you, we had a huge wrestling tournament over winter break, the Joe Rio's. We tested every student from every district that came in.
Over 350 wrestlers were
350
tested.
rapid tests. I believe we had 15 students test positive and only 2 of them were from Chico Unified. So I'm just saying, we got people out there because we wanted to make sure everybody that was wrestling should be wrestling, first of all. And the people that, Michelle and the people that were doing the testing, the Kelly Cereals of the world and everybody, that Chico High, because it was their tournament, it was an amazing thing to happen so that tournament can continue. So that's been a bit positive. Our kids know that in order to play, they need to stay healthy, and they're a lot more aware coming back from winter break, what they need to do to keep themselves healthy, and so they can compete. It hit us early, right away when we were starting to play games. You can see we've had 22 games and matches that were canceled, and our spectator expectations are still, because we're still getting a lot of people showing up in the gyms. But I can tell you, since then, it's been a lot more effective with our teams that we really have. I think we've had to cancel 1 wrestling since then, the initial, when we came back. Okay. I think that's it that we got. So those are the things that we wanted to cover, just to show you, yes, we've had a pretty big spike, but we were able to keep our schools going, got people covering classes, kids going in. One of the main things, if a kid does, or a staff does test positive, they can retest after the 5th day, and if they're not systematic and they test negative, they can go back. So that's one of the big changes that we've seen in the testing. So if anybody has any other questions about testing, then I am going to pass it off to Michelle at this point.
And I just wanted to say a big thank you to maintenance and operations, because I put it out there, hey, we have a problem, we need a place for positive or people that are presumptive positive to test. What can we do? And they had a trailer available and pulled it onto our district office site, and daily they unlock it, they lock it, they get the generator going. I mean, they've just been instrumental in making that new testing location happen. So
And I
it's
could-
made a huge difference.
And I could tell you our families are of our students, because that's who we give the rapid test to, is our students, have been very appreciative, because we've been telling the people with symptoms to come down to the district office trailer to get tested, but we can go out there and actually hand them one with directions to what to do with it, if they're testing negative or positive. And it's made our line extremely a lot shorter, and a lot of people more appreciative that they can do their own tests at home.
So I just wanted to add, just to keep it in perspective, we certainly want to keep our numbers down as low as we possibly can. And we've seen some spikes into the 70s, 80s, even the hundreds for students, and up to 20s, the low 20s with staff. But combined, we have 13,500 students and staff. So we're talking about 100 and some versus 13,500. So even though the numbers have gone up a lot, just to keep it in perspective, it's still a very small percentage. But we have a lot of things in place to keep it from spreading, as Mr. Lando said.
And I know we've thanked Michelle a lot, but I'm going to tell you, between the Michelle and the nurses and the health assistants and everybody else getting all these students tested, and our staff getting tested, making sure that we're following all our protocol is extremely amazing. Because when we left, we showed you that we've had maybe 2 kids or 0 kids to maybe 1 staff member to now we're getting 100. And then for them to handle it with such grace compared to when we first came out of the chute at the beginning of the school year, where we had schools trying to figure out how they were going to do all this. It's amazing, one, with all the people that I mentioned and our administrations on each site have been able to take this on. And so it's been, I don't want to say smooth, but I'm going to say it's as many we had. I am very happy in how they've been able to handle the stress of all that. I do get to sit by Michelle every day, and I know what she has to go through. And Debbie Campos, I want to thank also.
Oh, yeah. Our nursing staff's been amazing.
Our nursing staff has been amazing.
They're working, and all of their support staff, the health assistants and office staff, have really pulled together to help them during this time. And we've really focused on what can we do. We pushed out N95 masks to all of our sites, hand sanitizer, reminded people about good mitigation techniques. You know, we're focusing on expanding testing. If you don't feel well, please test. Take all of the precautions, because that's really key to, you know, keeping everybody healthy and present.
As soon as we got those 24,000, just under 24,000 rapid tests, I wanted to say, well, Jacqueline and Aaron, who's in charge of everything in our warehouse, got them out to our school sites too, to make sure we could give them to families that they were supposed to go to. So they did a very good job of that also.
I've heard from other districts, their staff, and they just are stunned that we can go get a rapid test. And I think it's really critical. So wonderful. Yeah.
Michelle is on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to address the one public comment that says, why don't we go online? We're seeing this spike in cases. Why don't we move to online until this subsides? And I do want to be very clear with the board and with the public that going to distance learning as a district really is a very complicated and almost impossible process at this point. The legislature has made it very clear that they want kids in school. And they have passed legislation that really limits the ability to get independent study dollars. And even if we are in a staff crisis, which some districts have faced, where we don't have enough staff to cover classes, we have to first consult with our county office and have the county office agree that we don't have any other options but to close schools. Then we have to contact the California Department of Education and get their approval in order for us to close, if we want to receive any dollars for being closed those days.
Is that something, sorry to interrupt you, that it was at Cottonwood just went through?
Correct. Cottonwood just closed. I do believe theirs was based on lack of available staff. I do not know whether or not they went through the process of asking their county and getting the State Department approval. But we have been told over and over and over, if we do not go through that process, we will not receive funding. They may face either not receiving funding for the days that they were not in school. They may have to tack those days on to the end of the school year.
And that's pretty much what I have for you, unless you have any other questions.
Michelle, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so next we have our upcoming local control.
I think we had some public comment.
Oh,
Yes, one member. Julie?
see that.
That's good information, too.
Oh.
So, yeah, I'm a big advocate for continuing to ask for as much information to come out about the pending mandate, if it's going to come down the road. Any information you could push out there, whether it's meetings with the county, with the Net York, or, you know, you've started to test things in terms of the systems and other things. And I highly recommend that you all go look at this Sacramento City Unified School District, because they're up and running as of January 1. So they've got the whole kit and caboodle set up. And from, you know, because their vaccinations, they're doing the 12 and up. And everybody that's 5 and up, basically considered unvaccinated, has to go through testing on a regular basis. But they've got all their marketing materials, and, you know, take a selfie with your friend. This is the one that was really interesting. So this is the snapshot of the vaccinated versus unvaccinated, and it's developed by Microsoft, but it's in their system, and it shows by school. And I'm like, I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but so it shows, you know, this school over here is really highly vaccinated, this one's not. And you can, you know, flip on the 7th to 8th graders, the 9th to 12th. So I don't know if this is something that they're going to push out to all of the school districts, or if you guys are going to do it individually, but there's a lot of this information on there. And then the testing, I don't know, they are requiring the registration by the kids. And if you're 13 and over, you don't have to go through your parents. Do you guys do that? Okay. And then so if they get COVID, it just goes right to the person. Okay, and then the exemptions is the other thing that's got a lot of people, you know, kind of nervous or wanting to see information. So this is their form, and the thing that again throws people is so they have a personal or religious exemption. The personal has to be authorized by a healthcare practitioner that says, you know, they've provided the parent and the student with information about the responsibility of getting the vaccine, so that they have to go get a doctor's approval. And then the religious one is the religious one. And then at the very end, they have to sign, everybody has to sign the affidavit saying, you know, I understand that unimmunized student may be excluded from attending school or childcare during an outbreak or after exposure to COVID for the protection of the student and others. And so just again, some of that language, you know, people want to see rather than, okay, we take a personal exemption, but they kind of want to see this. And then the California Notify is an interesting concept. I think they're using this at Butte. And this is where you download it to your phone and GPS tracks you. And if you walk by somebody else that has COVID, it pings you and sends you a note. You've got COVID, somebody walked by you, they have it, and then it starts pushing stuff around on GPS. So this is a little awkward, but, and then the last thing on here says, you know, again, it helps to notifies you immediately that you might be exposed. Even if you've been fully vaccinated, you can still potentially spread COVID-19. So join millions in getting kind of connected with your neighbors. The last thing I was gonna say, there's a lot of D3 in the vitamins. I don't know, there's a lot of information about the supplements, and I don't know if your biology classes or your science classes or health classes are doing a lot to explore this. D3 is fascinating, just has something to do with the immunology, as does zinc, so that would be great. And then sure, that's my last train of thought. Ding that bell. Gets my head. That first day always gets me.
I did want to clarify with staff, the 13 and over, that's a state law, ed code, right, about medical freedoms for students of a certain age, right? Okay. Yeah, so.
all right, so thank you for that, and thanks for the public comment. And so Diane Olson, you have the extended year. I skipped J?
LCAP meeting. We're on
LCAP meeting, oh,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to do that.
9.2.2.
All right. Okay, again, this is informational item only. We wanted to come forward because we do have all the dates that, again, as the board can tell us to change. But we wanted to bring forward because last year, There was concerns that we are not going out to the community enough with the dates and be able to offer them ahead of time when we're going to be having all of our different LCAP meetings. So I just want to present those dates to you guys tonight so we can put them out publicly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we start March 8th, our LCAP Family and Community Meeting number 1. I just kind of want to, again, this all preference on what our COVID numbers are and what we're allowed to do. But what that first one will look like is we will still be holding them at each school site. So parents can go to their own school site for these community meetings, but we will also be holding the big meeting at Marsh. So if they want to come to Marsh, where all the directors and everybody will be presenting to all the different school sites, that's still available. And I would imagine we'll have food and childcare for their families, but they also get their childcare on their sites if they go there also, and they'll have food at their sites. We just got a very positive feedback from our families that they felt comfortable going to their school sites. So when we were presenting the LCAP as a whole, then they could discuss it with their principals, then they got the information back to us.
Can I just clarify for my own visioning how this goes? So for that first meeting, you'll be hosting the district-wide presentation from Marsh and pushing it out to each school site. And folks will come to their school site unless they want to go to Marsh and see that presentation that you're projecting from Marsh, and then be able to talk amongst themselves when there's time for breakout times to discuss certain things.
A lot of times they'll talk about
or
what
get
we do with
feedback.
that money as a district, but what also they're doing with their own LCAP money during that time, and so they can get easier to talk to their principal or their target case manager that they know right there.
Sure.
And not sometimes they felt it was better to be on their school site and they felt more comfortable to do it.
Yeah.
But we're giving them both options.
While I'm asking questions, it's a little ahead of myself, but it still is on the same page. For parents of a fifth grader, would they, maybe attend the school that they think that their kid's going to be going to next year, or would it just be their school site this year?
In the past, it would just go to last year they went to their school that they were attending.
Okay, thanks.
And then we start doing our breakout meetings on, again, that's March 8th is our first one, where we said how we spent the money in the past, this is the money we have moving forward, and they give them some more options. March 22nd, we will be meeting with our BIPOC families, our Black and Indigenous people of color. We will meet with those families. Our target case managers do a very good job of pushing out to those families. We'll be meeting again at Marsh, and that's where we've done that in the past. March 24th will be our foster homeless parent guardian input meeting. March 29th, our students with disabilities parent guardian input meeting. And again, March 29th and 31st, elementary student input meetings. So those are the ones that, like the elementary ones, Kelly and I and Ted go to different sites. We'll be splitting the schools into two groups this year. So last year we went to each school, but this year we're going, half the elementaries will come one time and the other half. So we have a set questions to ask them, but then they have an open forum to things what's working and not working at their school sites, how we spend our money. The kids give us actual input on what they think that we should be doing with our money. And then we will do the same thing with junior high and then the high schools on another date. I'll show you those too. So Kelly and I are on the road quite a bit with John and Ted when it comes to those meetings. April 5th will be the junior high student input meeting. And then we will also that evening do a local control, an LCAP English learner parent guardian input meeting. We'll meet with our DLAC parents and talk to them about how things are working with our LCAP dollars. April 7th will be our high school student input meeting. April 12th will be our big family and community meeting number 2. So again, we will give them all the input that what we spent in the past and what we are looking to spend in the future for the following year, or if they had things that they gave us input on the first one that we can bring back to, okay, this is the stuff that we heard through community input. We've made some adjustments, and then we're going to bring back the LCAP plan to you as families to take a look at to see if that's what they want. And we actually have them vote on it, if they agree with the goals or not, and how we're spending the money under those goals. And then on June 22nd will be our first public hearing and board meeting with the LCAP, and then June 29th is when the board takes action. Yes.
Just one more question, sorry. The student input meetings, will those be taking place during school hours?
They're during school hours. We normally do some type of lunch thing or a snack thing, and we meet with them during school hours. They get brought over by their administrators.
And all of the target population meetings and family and community meetings?
Those will be at night.
In the evening, and all
We
offer food and
childcare
childcare? Cool,
at those times
got
for
it,
them.
great, thank you.
And we may need to have some flexibility with our student meetings. If COVID rates stay very high, we probably won't want to bring large groups of kids together. We may have to go back to going to each school site. But we did want to meet with kids from different schools if we could. That's been really useful in the past as well.
So we'll be putting these dates out on the district website, and each school will have these dates on their website. But if I could get John to click on the English one first. That's a flyer. I'm not going to say that I made it, but Christy Bankson did a very good job of making this flyer that we will be sending it out to every family, flyer about the upcoming meetings. So that has that on it, and then you can see one in Spanish that's been done also, so we can send it out. One's in Spanish also.
Not to be a nitpick, I have a lot to say, I'm sorry. Not to be a nitpicker, but the, scroll back up, please. Up.
The other way.
Up, thank you. Where it has the location and the time underneath, I feel like it's just a little small.
Okay.
I don't know, this is hard, maybe it's a little hard to read, especially if it's, in print.
Well, it's going to be printed.
Right,
Okay,
especially if
but
it's
I
in
understand what you're
print.
saying on the actual
Especially if
flyer.
it's in print, like that would be, I think that would be really, I design on Canva every single day. So in my opinion, in my professional graphic design opinion, it's small.
And if I know Christy Bankson well enough, she's probably listening to you right now, and she's already changing it right now.
I think you're great. Thank you for all your hard work. You're
Yeah,
better
I'm
than
sure
me.
she's changing it right now for you. Yeah.
That flyer, is that in our materials anywhere? I'm not seeing it.
No, it's just in our presentation. We can definitely, you can click on it.
Let's see here.
In the board packet, it's on there that you can click on.
Looking at that. This is the 3-page presentation. Let's see.
Yeah, I believe, yeah.
On the very last
It's on the very last one on the bottom.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
So again, if you guys have any other suggestions on getting this information out, again, we'll be sending this out in our parent communications that we have to Erica and our school sites, and we'll be having them up again. So we want to make sure anybody, any community member can come to those meetings, and any board member, obviously.
And will we be able to publish those through, or do like press release through our local media as well?
I'm sure we can, right, Erica? Erica will set it up that we push it out. One of us will push it out to our media.
It will be going out to every family, and we can also, and I think Eric already planned to do this, put it on our social media as well as send it out to the print media.
Yes, Eileen?
Well, I was just scrolling through it, and I don't see a featuring of the fact that there will be childcare and food and stuff available. And I know as I sat at different tables during these meetings before, that was one of the main reasons why some of the parents were able to make it to these meetings. So I think highlighting that would be a good idea.
Yeah, we can highlight that on the flyer, plus our target case managers do a very good job when
Yeah.
they're calling out the families to let them know, but on the community meetings, we can clearly make sure that's on those
Yeah.
flyers. And our administrators will let families know.
Okay, anything else? All right, so thank you for that, Jay. And now let's move to discussion action, the extended school year. Diane Olson.
And this is discussion about the extended school year waiver, and so I want to hand it over to Dana Feingold. She is my principal for extended school year.
Hi there. On a yearly basis, we need to come to you to get a board approval so that we can get state approval to move our ESY from 20 days to 15 days. We do that by increasing our hours so students can come to school, have more intense instruction on a longer period, but for 3 weeks. So we will run ESY this year from the 6th of June through the 24th of June, and it'll be for 5 hours a day. Have any questions?
I am glad this came up because I will confess my ignorance. I didn't really even realize that this program even existed. So I'm glad to have an opportunity to hear a little bit about it. Who are the students who are involved in the?
Students who are on IEPs who qualified for coming to an IEP teams have that discussion every year. And so we have anywhere from 250 to 300 students attend.
Where do they go?
We have them all over the district. We
Yeah.
try to keep them in their classrooms. The district is really good about opening up schools and air conditioners on. The kids are in their environment that they're used to. We have it at both high schools. We have it at, I don't know, 8 or 9, 10 elementary schools and one at the junior highs.
And you said it was
Have to come over and see us. Oh, and
Yeah.
then Loma Vista also.
200 and?
250 to 300. We had about 320 last year.
All ages?
Yeah, we do it preschool to the adult program.
Yeah. Adult program?
Yeah, the adult program is.
How many
we have
adults are
about
involved?
30
Okay.
teachers and about 100 paraprofessionals that work for us during the summer.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's excellent.
I move passage of this item.
All right, is there a second? All right.
I'll second that
Second.
motion.
All right, any other discussion? All
The-
right.
Just a comment, Madam President, that this extended year program is so important for most of these, the student population relies on patterning and relying on when things are going to happen, and to not have that long break, it's an amazingly positive experience.
Routines are very important.
Yeah.
Thank you for
All
bringing
right.
that up.
So any other comments, queries? All right, so we have a motion and a second. Our last vote was by, yeah, and it was by name. Okay, so all those in favor indicate.
Aye.
All right,
Lando, aye.
okay, Kaiser, aye.
Dalby, aye.
I'll vote for this, but only if you let me bring all my 4 kids to it, please. No, I'm just kidding. Aye.
I'd love to have.
Tennis, aye.
All right. So now we go to the business services, the adoption of Resolution 1568-22, the accounting of developer fees for the fiscal year 2021.
Good evening, Board. Every year, we're required to report on our developer fees. And so this is just a resolution saying that we have done the report that we're required to do. The report includes information as far as the type of fees that we collect, how many we collected for the last 5 years, and then also the expenditures, the projects that we've paid for out of these different fees. So if you have any questions, I can answer them now, but it's pretty straightforward. And like I said, every year we're required to bring this to you for resolution and for passing.
All right.
Questions?
So you have one?
No.
Okay. So seeing none, motion?
I move passage of this item.
I'll second.
Okay, so Tennis and Dalby. All right, so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, 5-0, good.
Thank you, Board.
Okay, thank you. So now we move to Resolution 1566-22, the resolution of Chico Unified School Board, District Board of Education certifying compliance with Section 17289 of the Ed Code and authorizing the execution of exemption requests with the State Allocation Board. Woo-wee, Jacqueline.
Yes, that was a mouthful.
Yeah, it is.
Exciting news, as you know, the district has been in negotiations to purchase the property at 1350 East Lasson Avenue. That purchase has been closed, escrow's been closed. That happened on Monday, January 10th. So we are officially owners of that property at this point. Currently, as we speak this week, teachers are moving in from Chico Marketplace into that property, and then students will be returning next week. So that's great progress for the staff. They're very excited to have a location. We do have to final exemption with the State Allocation Board because this is not a DSA property, right? Department of State Architects approved property. It is basically office space. So we can't have more than 25 students at any given point on that property, and staff is aware of that, principal's aware of that. So we just filed this exemption every year to allow us to have that independent study program at that location. We did the same thing when we were at Chico Marketplace. So I just ask for your approval this evening for that resolution so we can send it off.
Right. Any questions? Okay.
Second.
Okay, so Eileen and then Tom. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, 5-0. Okay, thank you. Okay, state budget, Jacqueline.
Yeah, so state budget, the governor comes out around January 10th, January 15th, and gives his or her, in this case his, preliminary proposal for the state budget for the next fiscal year, which will start July 1st. So this is kind of the first blush at what the governor's office is thinking as far as how they're going to fund not only education, but the state budget in totality. So the state budget for next year assumes three things. It's assuming increased labor force participation rate and lower unemployment. So I know locally, hopefully we will all see that as well. Continued job growth and reliance on high wage earners. So the Silicon Valley is a huge piece to the economy of the state of California. But some of the risks that he did point out in his press conference were related to a potential additional COVID surge, persistent labor market instability, sustained high inflation, and you'll see that with the COLA this year, as well as ongoing supply chain interruptions that we're continually observing as we're purchasing items. So there's essentially, I break down the budget into two components. We have ongoing money and we have one-time money. So in relation to the ongoing money, because inflation is so high, the COLA for next year is projected at 5.33%. So all of our ADA funding, or average daily attendance funding, will go at 5.33% as proposed. So the other great news, I think, for Chico Unified is the governor did provide a third option for funding related to our average daily attendance. So current ed code says school districts get to choose the larger of last year's ADA or current year ADA. So in our situation, because we didn't report in 2021, we can, for the current year, we can still use 1920. But going forward into next year, we would have to use this year's average daily attendance, which because of so many students out on quarantine, we are significantly lower than we have been in prior years. So what the governor is proposing for at least the 22-23 year, we're unclear about future years, is to do a 3-year average. So what that would mean for Chico Unified is we would be able to count 1920 2 times, because we didn't report in 2021, and then 21-22, which would be our current ADA. So what that allows for Chico Unified to do is soften that funding cliff that we've talked about when we've done the budgets, right? Where we for 3 years in a row, we're at this level, and then a significant drop. So what it'll allow us to do is kind of land a little bit softer on that. So we'll bring back exact dollar values in March when we have our second interim budget. The other ongoing funding is related to our Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, which was money received this year that allows for a 9-hour instructional day and then 30 non-school days to help students. Universal meals, which I'm really excited about, there's funding for that. So we'll be able to continue to provide at least 2 meals, breakfast and lunch, to every student of Chico Unified, regardless of the economic background. The other money that is there is related to ADA for TK expansion. So the district will be changing the timeline per guidelines for all children turning 5 between September 2nd and February 2nd. Right now it's December, so we're adding an extra 2 months. But those students would be eligible for ADA funding. So that's been part of the calculation at the state level. And then the last piece for ongoing funding is that COLA is being applied to our special ed revenues. So it's great to see that not only our general ed population getting the COLA, but also our special ed population. So there'll be more financial resources for that program. On the one-time funding side, the state budget, they are putting money into basically what I call the Education Savings Fund, but it's basically, the formal name is the Public School System Stabilization Account. It's basically a Prop 98 reserve. So when money goes in that, it's set aside for a future economic downturn. And so for me, there's two pieces to that. There's one that we're putting money aside for an economic downturn, so you have the savings account so that it would soften anything going forward. But additionally, those dollars aren't being used on ongoing programs that you might have to cut as well. So with the deposit for next year, we will be close at the state level to 10%, which is what the code says, that once you hit that 10% threshold, then they don't have to deposit any future monies into that.
Oh,
There is some one-time money to help advance our college and career pathways. So as you've seen, we have a pretty robust CTE program. I think that's the next workshop, Jay, yeah? So we have additional money coming that way. There's also some competitive grants to secure more electric buses. As you know, we have several here in the district, but there will be competitive grants to secure more. And then they are using some state general fund money to support the school facilities program. And I will say, at first blush, that is great. However, they're setting aside $1.3 billion, which sounds like a lot, but there's currently $3 billion in approved unfunded projects. So it's really only going to hit about half of what's already been approved, so there wouldn't really be any opportunity for new programs, for new buildings to be put in the queue. So that's kind of the highlights of the state budget. Overall, I think it's pretty strong. I will say, though, will be budget subcommittees and trailer bill language coming out in the coming months. And then there'll be a revision in May by the governor after he's able to see revenues from our April property taxes. Income taxes that are filed. And then we will, because the legislature wants a paycheck, we'll have a state budget by June 15th that will then be signed by the governor by the 30th.
Okay.
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes, thank you. Jacqueline, a question regarding that money that is the one-time only for it's $3 billion rather than $3 million, right?
$3 billion at the state level
Right.
will be put into the Prop 98 reserve, or Education Savings Fund.
Okay, is that the same money that's available to help with facilities expansion for the moving the kids into TK?
No.
So we're still facing issues with that problem?
The facility side?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think it's not legal to have a totally positive budget report.
I was just going to say, I sat through a budget, state budget update meeting like 4 days ago for my job, and you did a much better, concise, beautiful, positive presentation. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the update, the budget? All right, so we'll move on. Thank you, Jacqueline. And we're going to Human Resources, the discussion action, the appointment of the Chico Unified School District rep to the Personnel Committee. Jim?
Okay, so as you know, we're a court-ordered merit district. We have a personnel commission that has 3 members, and each member serves 3 years. And I bring to you every year one of the members to be approved by the board. This year, it is our turn to select and approve our own member. Gloria Bevers has represented the district side since 2002, so she's been a long-term member of the commission. The other 2 members, one is selected by CSEA, and then there's a neutral that is jointly selected and agreed to for membership. But this year, I bring to you Gloria Bevers. It's our recommendation to approve her for another 3-year term. She's agreed to continue to sit on the commission, and she's done a really good job for on behalf of the district. So that's it.
Yes, Eileen?
Yes, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to continue to support Gloria Bevers as our district appointee to the Personnel Commission.
All right. She's currently the chair, correct?
Yes.
Yes, she's currently the chair, and she has been the chair as long as I've been in the district office. This is my 7th year, so she's well respected
All right.
by the other 2 members.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Can I have a motion?
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That
That's
would be a
okay.
point of order because we need to wait for Madam President to call for a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to get you.
Okay, so you are now saying you made a motion.
I'm now saying I move to have Ms. Gloria Bevers serve as the district's appointee to the Personnel Commission.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, any other questions or discussion? All right, all those in favor of Gloria Bevers being our representative to the Personnel Commission indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. Okay, so now we have the agenda layout.
So at the December 15th board meeting, the board voted to bring this back at tonight's meeting. The board did not take action to approve the format for either the regular board meetings or the special board workshops. So we're bringing it back for board discussion. You do have in your packet draft agendas for both regular board meetings and for special board meetings, the workshops. There was the request that for the workshops only, that we bring a timed agenda, and you do have that in your packet. Turn it back over to the board for discussion.
Madam President?
Yes.
I have some discussion on this. And I'm looking at the special meeting board workshop agenda. I would be in support.
Sorry, I have to just really quick jump in on a point of order again. So if we're going to discuss, I think we have to have a motion on the floor by that point. So if you have a question for clarification from staff, we're in that point in our order right now.
Okay. I'm not staff.
Sorry.
I know. You're more awake than I am, Caitlin.
I don't think I'm going to go to bed for a while, actually. My brain's
Okay, so what we have are two illustrations of agenda formats, one for the regular meeting and one for the special meeting that were included. And does someone want to make a motion?
Tom, go ahead if you've got something in. Well, I would like to make a motion, but I'd like to have Caitlin make a judgment on whether or not I can add the words, it's not estimated. That's what, on the red time numbers, if they could be headed by estimated time for
Are you
consideration.
talking about the board workshop?
Yes, the board workshop, not the board meetings. The board meetings are a total different ballgame, but board workshops are a little bit more, not dependable, but you can anticipate because you have some control over the presenters. But I don't want to do anything that lists it as a mandate, just an estimate, so people get some idea of how long it maybe kind of sort of should take if we're on our horses. Does that make sense?
Well, I think what you need to do, if that's your intent, is to make a motion to add that and see if you get a second.
I was asking Caitlin if I could make a motion to make an alteration in what's presented.
Yes, I think you would just put a motion on the floor with that suggested change.
Okay.
And
That's-
then we can, do modifying motions on top of that.
That's what I'd like to do then is.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second it so we can talk about it. How's that?
Okay. All right. Motion to add the word estimated for the board workshops. Eileen and then Caitlin seconded. So what's the discussion then?
We're under discussion. Just, I think that we've demonstrated over and over again that, that we tend to follow the necessity to discuss and to alter that would be taking away full not disclosure, but discussion of our items. I think we are a good enough judge of when we've said enough, like me right now. I'm done.
So you don't want a rigid grid that we have to follow, is that?
Oh, how many years have we been not able to do a rigid grid? Long as
So
I've been.
is that a motion that she made?
She
or-
did make a motion.
Okay, I want to second the motion. You already did? Okay. I support this.
Yeah, I think that the intent behind this idea was just to really, try to keep us on track. So for, those workshop nights, we can make sure that we're getting staff through and done and, all that. But also, we do have occasionally really important topics come up, like next meeting, we'll be doing our districting discussion again. And so we would like the public to have an idea of when that will be coming up on the agenda, so that they're not necessarily, although we would like them to be here in the audience, a lot of families have dinner to make and chores to do and things like that. And if they want to come and make a public comment, they'll know at 6:15 or 6:45 or 6:30 is when Chico USD is going to be starting to address that item that I want to come make a public comment on.
Okay, workshops, remember, have focused
Absolutely.
topics.
But my point being is we do sometimes have some topics, especially our hot button topics that are timely, that we have to make decisions about. That's been kind of the life that we've been living since I've been on this board. So that's why the focus is on the workshop. That's why the workshop comes first here. But then we can let the public know that item is going to be, and I don't necessarily oppose saying estimated, but I would like to really try to honor and be mindful and get on each other about like, hey, like these are important discussion items, but like, can we just move it along? Like sometimes our feel-good comments take a lot of time, and it's like, can we just like move this along? I'm sorry, like I know you want to praise that certain thing, but like do it in 30 seconds instead of 3 minutes. That's not to be rude, that's just to be frank. Like we can move our meetings along a little bit better, I think.
I wanted to ask, in the context of the consent calendar for the workshops, we'll only talk about the workshops, what is the function of the board being included as a topic?
This would be if we have board policies that come under the board. For the next board meeting, the California Voters' Right Act would be under that, not under consent, of course. But the items that are very specific to the board are ones that come forward to the board. Frankly, there are very few consent agenda items that come forward for the board. But that's how we organize them when they come forward.
So that's just a just-in-case placeholder.
Yeah, it doesn't mean we'll have it every time. In fact, we try to keep those to a minimum.
And Tom, were you getting ready to?
You guys have stopped this conversation because it's off the topic of the motion at hand, which is adding the word or the phrase estimated. We're still in the middle of that. Can we?
Right, we are.
What do you call that? Call for a vote or something like that?
But
Okay.
then that is another motion. You need another vote to call the question. I'm just politely asking, can we do it?
Okay, we can call the question, yes. All right, so the motion was made and seconded to add the word estimated by the timelines for the workshops only. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I'm gonna vote yes, but I just really want to emphasize that we want to stick to what we publish as close as possible. Like getting off by, more than 15 minutes, I think would be a little out of line for us. Just because we don't want to tell the public about this time, we're going to start this item, and then they come and, we're still drawing on, for another 30 minutes. And it gets staff out of here if they're just here to present.
I was frowning at you because you are going on.
I know. The irony.
So what is it about the regular meeting agenda that was changed, other than what we already voted to eliminate negotiations?
Right. That
So-
is correct. You voted to eliminate negotiations, but the board never voted to approve either agenda format. So
Oh,
we just need to
all right.
approve the agenda formats.
Yes.
Are you calling for a motion?
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to move to approve this with an alteration following Eileen's lead, and add, just like we do on the other workshop, in red, just next to closed session, 5 p.m., and next to reconvening to regular session, 6 p.m. I know it's at the top, but those red numbers really draw people's attention, just to remind people, we won't be back in open session until 6. Don't show up to our board meeting at 5. Like, 6 is when we will be back into open session. Yeah. That's a motion.
And that,
I should have probably waited to explain myself until after it was seconded, sorry.
So I see Erica offering information. I thought so.
No, I think you misheard me. So I know it's at the top of this one, but what I was saying on this example, to have just on the side in red, just like the workshop meeting, to just have 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock also listed in red on the side, just like we do for the workshop. Just to be extra clear.
so,
On the printed, yes, on the printed version.
which is on the current ones, it's just not on the example.
I mean, it's on ours.
Yeah.
It's always on ours. I'm talking about what's published for the public.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, do I have a second for that motion? Okay, and any discussion?
Nope.
All right, call for the vote.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 All right,
All those opposed?
well, there were 5 yeses, so.
Oh, I didn't hear all of us.
Yeah. Okay, the other thing, though, is we now need a motion to approve this agenda set as it is with the amendment.
Oh,
So moved.
yes, I move approval as amended.
Second.
All right, so Eileen and Matt. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, so, now we have the information that was, people got at the CSBA. It was suggested that it was written. I have to confess, I did not write mine. I know Eileen did hers. Would anybody like to present?
I think we had set aside 5 minutes for each board member, up to 5 minutes, you don't have to take the whole time, for each board member to talk about what they had learned, and certainly board members don't have to, they can pass if they would like.
Well, since this was my idea again, because this is one of the things that I've always encouraged after conference, I'll start. Thank you, President Kaiser. And I'm not going to be specific because I don't take notes like you do, Kathy. But there were 3 messages that stood out for me at this year's conference. The first was the recognition that the pandemic shutdown and subsequent move to distance learning created an emotional trauma for students, staff, and parents that will be long-lasting, but the supports to deal with those impacts will end before the need ends. And that was one of the things that I heard in several different presentations. The need's going to be there after our finances have gone. How to finance those needs is going to take a deliberate plan during upcoming budget work. The second message delivered by many speakers was the need to identify where your students are coming from, socioeconomically, racially, sexual orientation, living arrangements, and other cultural and immigrant status conditions need to be recognized if our students and parents are going to find relevance in what our schools are offering. I wish I could replay the part of the presentation that stressed that because it was significant. It allows parents to feel supported by their school if these recognitions are in place. The third major point I came away with was the need to keep all students receiving grade-level instruction and use our MTSS supports to work constantly to fill in the learning gaps and not allow the student to fall further behind. In the way of additional explanation of that, the presentation really stressed that you need to be instructing at the level where you were supposed to be instructing before any disruption or any, that if you don't, you allow the student to fall further behind. And that what your responsibility is as educators is to use the MTSS systems of support to help bring those students up and fill in the gaps while you're continuing to instruct beyond where they're currently possibly functioning. Dr. Rios demonstrated the importance of having a teacher believe in you. Just because mistakes had been made didn't mean we had a right to give up on a student just because they may present a bigger challenge than other students. Oh my goodness. If we don't adhere to that philosophy of not giving up on students, no matter what, we're doing a disservice to the individuals that are trying to survive, to the students that are excelling in major areas that need continuing supports way beyond where others may be functioning, and that just because a student is hard doesn't matter. We don't give up on them, ever. That's it. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Eileen. Tom, did you have any?
Sure, I'll be really quick. The two sessions that struck me the most are, things that are already kind of pet projects for me. One was about family resource centers on school sites, aggregating services from outside community agencies, something I've wanted to see piloted for a long time. The second one was similarly about a farm to table, and I'll email this all to you in a lot more detail. But again, schools that use their garden not just on a small scale, but on a big enough scale to provide food to their community. I think that seeing schools as kind of the last bastion of social services in a lot of ways, we need to kind of rethink what that looks like and how we can really meet the needs of our students.
On that note, Butte College is about to launch a similar program, which is really cool, which could also serve as a model if we wanted to push further into that concept.
Okay, was that all time? Okay. Caitlin?
Sure. I would always suggest a board president's workshop. It was incredibly helpful and enlightening, especially when it comes to legal risks for board members in operating as a renegade, where you can lose your actual liability coverage as an individual board member by not operating within the scope of our limitations as board members, since we operate as a board and not as individuals. So that was really interesting to kind of dive deeper into that. There was a lot of culture talk about, the board culture and, trying to develop more, which it always goes back to relationships. But I think we had a really great experience as a whole board in that regard. So it was kind of cool to watch it happen in real time. Just continuing to develop our relationships as a board so that, we don't always have to agree, but we always understand that everybody's bringing a perspective to the table that is valuable and does represent the perspective of our community. The CSBA is developing a civility clause. I think that was what the name of it was, which honestly, I just remember right now it was a really great idea, but it was just really establishing a board policy that discusses what it means to have a civil discourse in a board meeting. And then announcing that frequently at our board, not frequently during a board meeting, but at our board meetings. Same along the same lines, and we have a little bit of this. It touches on this in our own work, on our own handbook. Having a spokespeople or spokesperson, especially for specific topics. So we make sure that, you know, what is coming out to the public from the board is typically being conveyed by an individual that understands the decisions that are being made and can speak to that. And I know like most of our public-facing stuff comes from Erica as far as like district-specific things go, but there is frequently the happening of this, you know, the local media reaching out to individual board members. And so, you know, there's a certain times or certain place or certain people that you know, developing the idea of having certain spokespeople for certain topics could be beneficial. So if somebody were to reach out to me about a classified issue, we know that, you know, Eileen's the one that really can speak to policy regarding classified stuff, and I'm going to deflect that interview to somebody else. That's not like how it has to go, but it's just something that was interesting to me in the president's workshop. I attended a climate action, naturally, I attended a climate action student session, and what struck me as really interesting was the concept of using students as paid interns. So actually the district was providing paid jobs for students of the district to collect and analyze data as far as like their climate action plan was going, and really looking into a lot of the things actually that it sounded like the M&O person does that got the award tonight, but utilizing students to obtain that data and analyze it and paying them for it. And there's programs out there that do that. So I thought that was really cool, and just that concept of being able to provide jobs, paid jobs to students, and that work experience within the district, I thought was a really cool idea. A couple of sessions clarifying what critical race theory is and isn't versus ethnic studies. Not related to the board workshop, but I did just see a teacher quote online recently that referred to learning history as our story instead of history. So I thought that was really cool. That concept of all-encompassing perspectives of history is really what ethnic studies is about. Looking into increased CTE and apprenticeship opportunities. I'm looking forward to our board workshop, basically to look more into those opportunities for students to get involved with local, regional, you know, professionals to build trades skills. And then a side question, this is random, staff question. Do we do year milestone awards for staff members? Like when they hit their 10-year mark and their 15-year mark and their 20-year mark, do we do anything like that? That might be nice.
I think we should read off a list every meeting, you know, with the different benchmarks that people.
We'll do the reading of people who have been here for 15 years.
And I shouldn't say we don't, because I do believe it's recognized at some school sites, but we could certainly publish it. It would be a lot to read off with as many staff as we have.
Sure, and I don't mean it at school board meetings necessarily. I just mean like, I know some districts, you know, teachers get a 10-year pin, and I'm like, I didn't get a 10-year pin.
And we have done that for our administrative team, you know, recognize the years of service, just because it's a smaller group. We have not done it with staff except for at retirement, and then we do recognize their number of years of service at that point.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a great idea.
Okay, then I'm not going to talk anymore about it. Thank you.
Okay, Matt?
My remarks are going to be closer to 15 or 20 minutes. No.
Throw something at you.
Actually, my emotions run the gamut following the CSBA conference. You know, I'm at the same time, I'm wowed, I'm alarmed, I'm impressed, I'm enriched. You know, I have a lot of reflections on the whole experience. You know, the most noteworthy thing is, you know, getting closer to you all was positive. You know, we're not bad people if we disagree. You know, any worse than anyone else anyway. So just seeing the human side of each other was valuable to me. But one thing I'll tell you is that the world of education in California is a huge, amazing, powerful institution that is not going away anytime soon. It's just a huge, huge juggernaut that is. It's the product of problems and needs that exist in our society. It also creates situations, you know, and so the policies that are enacted in the world of education are just hugely impactful to the future of our entire country and world. So there you go. That's it. Sorry I didn't use my full 5 minutes. You're going to give me a C+?
Okay, so for me, definitely Victor Rios's, I have his 2 books, and my teacher believes in me. He really identifies that teacher, that one teacher, as helping him go from poverty and gangs to a PhD and a very professional life. But I stood behind him for 45 minutes while he was signing books, and it's really interesting. He does literally reach out to people on any kind of cultural connection that he thinks he can make with them. So that was pretty interesting. So he said I was his agent. That's what he told people. The other thing, though, that also made a real impact on me is we went to the one where the state attorney general was talking about the legal issues that boards were facing. And a lot of boards are facing physical threats. I mean, literally physical threats. And we had people writing very close to us, because Eileen gets to sit in the very front row, who were expressing that their children have been verbally threatened, their car windows have been broken, just really horrendous physical actions against them because people got mad about a decision that they made as a board. And Attorney General was really clear, you know, you can have disagreements, but you don't get to go to somebody's house and violate their privacy and their sanctity. So I was kind of shocked at how many different board members in that session, which was large, were expressing a sense of having been threatened. And to me, it is probably an after effect of the pandemic to some extent, but it's also people using emotions and not their rational processing. So that's what I saw as most powerful. Okay, so we don't have anybody here to do items from the floor. Does any board member have a request to agendize an item?
I do.
Okay.
And I just came up with this, so staff, sorry for bringing this up right now, but without thinking of it earlier. But that conversation that's going on about the degree, the state seal for civic engagement, I'd like to have an opportunity to get some answers on that and maybe vote no on it, because I sent an email to staff this week and did not hear back. And I'm open-minded on this thing, this state seal of civic engagement, but I think it needs to be objective. You know, I think that there's some, like, young Republican person, they ought to have just as much of a crack at getting a state seal for going out and hanging door hangers or something like that for something they believe in, as somebody who's, you know, like, you know, a Democrat or out competing against global warming or something like that. I think that needs to be, civic engagement comes in many different points of view. So this thing needs to be taking that into consideration and give opportunities to people from different walks of life and beliefs.
So it will be coming forward to the board, so you will hear more about that. And part of that presentation, I will ask that we include what are the requirements that the state sets, because it is a state seal, and then are there variances that we as a local entity can add into that?
I appreciate that.
And it will be coming forward.
And if it could be some version of an action item. I would appreciate that, Madam President and Madam Superintendent.
I think it has to be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, seeing none, let's. Yep, thank you.